Beep, 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 beep. This one's just for I can't give a duck in Twitch chat. Beep, 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 beep. How long do you think I could get away with this? Do you reckon I could do 2 hours of just saying beep? Would that be content? Beep indeed. How are we all, everyone? Welcome in one and all. But mostly all, let's be honest. Yes. Slash ban. Yeah, I might be the first person to get banned.
Stop it. Get some help.
Maybe I should, Michael. I might be the first person to get banned from my own Discord and Twitch channel. But then I wouldn't be able to respond to people in chat because I'd be banned. Yes, a daddy 100 or a daddy ton is a score of 150 plus in cricket. It's a relatively new term, to be fair, and it's a relatively stupid term, but it is a thing. And is not nearly as sexual as it sounds. Oh, I can't give a duck. There is a very, very good reason that I have titled this stream. I don't know why I'm pointing up when the title is always on the bottom, but you know. I've titled it that for a very good reason. We will be watching Question Time, probably not with No Justice MTG because she's out. I think she might be back though. We don't know. But before then, we've got some British news on a theme that I've touched on before, very much so. I saw a cricket-themed bar in London the other day it might me think of you. I think you mean it meant me think of you. Yes. Okay. Well, thank you. Well, I'm glad I made you think of cricket, or cricket made you think of me. Yeah, that's the sentence that makes sense, Kev. Use your big boy words. Yes, I do like cricket. Of which more during December when we do some streams. Britbonga news. It is Britbonga news, but stick with it because it is a universally recognisable story. This is not a story that is particular to Britain in any way whatsoever. Some of the exact nature of it obviously will be specific to the place, but the broad stroke of the story is something that I think people from around the world will understand. In the phrase "all cops are bastards," there is the word "all." That cuts across boundaries. Well, it's like if you hit a 4 or a 6 in cricket, when the ball literally crosses the boundary rope. That's, yeah. Anyhow, for those interested, I will obviously mention at some point the terrorist attack in Manchester today. I presume that will be covered on Question Time, though, because why wouldn't it be? It's the big news story of the day, which I'm sure the Metropolitan Police are very happy about, because it's knocked this story that I'm going to cover off top spot into just second spot, which is, you know, a thing. Anywho, but that, like I say, that'll probably be covered then, so we'll probably cover that when we get to it. Whereas I wasn't sure, because the BBC are so fucking pathetic, whether they were going to cover this on Question Time, so I thought I'd do that at the start. Anyway, before we get into the actual content, though, I'll do my shilling, shall I? Quick bit of shilling. Right. You can, if you're on Twitch, you can no, you can become a member. Can't? No, hang on. What's it called? You can hit the follow button. That's the word I'm looking for. I was away for 7 days and I've instantly fucking forgotten. You can hit the follow button for nout, for fuck all, for free. You can become a member for $5 or some shit. I don't fucking know. You can become. You can gift subscriptions to the community. You can subscribe with Amazon Prime, as indeed Miss Hire just did. Thank you, Miss Hire, for subscribing with Prime. You absolute fucking leg end. You can do super chats by the Streamlabs links below. You can do bits messages. 200 bits or more gets you a text to speech. $2 or more on the super chat link below gets you a text to speech. It's sexy. What the fuck? I don't know why I'm going all fucking like getting hot and heavy. Now, you can check me out on the Discord. I've got what else have I got? I've got Patreon and PayPal. You can check out, and all of these ways you can financially help me would be really, really awesome. Given that having lost a week's worth of income from Twitch because I said the no words about our Lord and Saviour, Charlie Jesus H. Christington Kirk III, Esquire. Yeah, I'm going to be fucking short. So if you were feeling very, very generous, you could do so. Yes, I've got Patreon, PayPal, YouTube, Blue Sky, Instagram, TikTok, and Threads. If you're on YouTube, hello, das YouTube. I don't know if that's the right phrasing in German. Doesn't really matter. Das YouTubes. Anyway, you can do. You can subscribe for nothing. You can thumb the video up. You can hit the bell icon. You can become a member for 99p. You can give memberships to the community, and you can do super chats, which I will read out. Anyway.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Well, thank you, first Gennaro of the evening. Thank you, Michael, who says, because you told me to. Well, I didn't tell you to. See, now you're making me feel bad. Like, I suggested it as a possibility. I did not tell you had to do this. Like, you're definitely not getting your £2 back. Go fuck yourself. But I definitely didn't tell you to do this, okay? This was not demanding money with menaces. This was just guilt tripping. And that's totally different, okay? Anyway. Right, I am also going to turn the alert box off just briefly, because this bit might go on YouTube. I don't know. I don't know. It might not. Depending on how good it goes. I've got, like, I know what I want to say, but if it doesn't come out right, I'm just not going to bother, like, editing it and put it on YouTube, because, like, what's the fucking point, right? I'm not just going to put out content for the sake of putting out content. What do you think I am, a fucking streamer? I'm never ever doing a bathtub stream. That's never happening. Never happening. Right. Okie doke. Where are we? Do you even have a bath? I do.
Like a baby otter.
Oh god, hang on 1 second. Thank you, Davey B, for gifting a membership on the YouTubes. Much love. I do have a bath. I don't use the tub as such. I stand in the tub and use the shower because bathing kind of grosses me out now. It never used to. When I was a kid, I would have a bath and it wouldn't be a problem. But now it kind of, I became aware that you're sort of wallowing in your bollock sweat and your arsehole crust. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just a bit gross. I don't like it. Again, I never really realised that as a kid. But then I grew up and I was like, I'm just in the same water as my balls. And the reason I wanted to bathe was because my balls were so sweaty that they were going to start to fucking stink soon. So like, why would I want to wallow in that water? I want that water to go away. The shower is perfect. I don't know how anyone lived before the shower. Because presumably, people in the past worked that out too. And they had no choice but to continue bathing in their own arse and bollock sweat. Or minge sweat, as appropriate. Do you know what I mean? Now, it probably wasn't so bad considering, like, you know, they didn't know about germs. No, this is not the bit for the YouTube. I'm not doing my famous 5-minute bit about bollock sweat in the bath, right? For YouTube. No. Although I might as well do, and then I wouldn't have to repeat this continuously. I'd just go, this is the link to the bollock sweat rant, okay? But before they knew about germs, probably not such a big issue. Still a bit weird. You're like, I don't want my smelly balls near, like, the water from my smelly balls near my face, ideally. Like, I quite enjoy that there's a gap between them normally. I'm not going to shorten that gap via liquid transmission. Don't want that. But probably not so grossed out by the fact that they didn't really know that the germs were bad, I guess. I'm just saying, I don't think it's a coincidence that they learnt about germs and then invented the kind of shower around sort of the same time. You know. And I am suggesting causation there. I have no evidence for it, but I am suggesting it. Because I'm a white man on the internet. I don't need evidence. I just need confidence. Boom. Anywho, I'm going to turn the noise alert off now. And I'm going to turn my fan off briefly, even if I do sweat my cock off. But don't worry, I can have a shower and wash that fucking balls and cock sweat away. Not a problem. This is still not the bit for the YouTube. There's a very short cord on these ones. I need to get some new fucking headphones. Because these work, but they've got like 2 feet of fucking length to them. Giggity. Right. Okay, where are we? Hang on. There we go. Right. Regular viewers to the channel will know that I am not exactly a fan of the police. Yes, for many, many reasons. The hideous abuses of power, the fact that a great many of them are jumped up authoritarians who wish to enact violence, both of the physical and sexual variety, on any number of different people. The fact that they have a culture of secrecy, which hides all of this evil. The fact that they're incredibly racist and sexist. The fact that they don't fucking do anything. You know, the whole solving of crimes thing. That's not a thing they do. Imagine, if you will, if the fire brigade never put out a fucking fire. Or if hospitals just let people die. I don't think we'd continue to fund them, would we? But apparently we do with the police. Brilliant. So, I'm not a fan. Certainly not a fan. And I have, from time to time, focused on certain stories where different police forces around Britain, most notably the Metropolitan Police, because not only do they cover the biggest city in Britain, that being London, but they have anti-terrorism responsibility for the entire country. So everyone is under their jurisdiction to some extent, especially if they were to say something like, I support Palestine action, which you can't say because it's terrorism. These are the moral guardians who are protecting us from blind people in wheelchairs who are against genocide. Yeah. Anyway, as regular as clockwork, you can set your fucking watch to it that yet another story of absolutely rampant corruption and evil at the heart of the Metropolitan Police Force comes to the fore. Boom. The British television documentary series Panorama sent a person undercover into Charing Cross Police Station. Charing Cross, one of the most central of London's main police stations, right in the heart of London. They sent a person in there, not as an officer technically, but as some other sort of half officer. I forget the exact position they sent him in there, but anyway, he was mingling with officers left, right and centre, and found out, you'll never guess this, they are violent lunatics who like to enforce their power on other people who can't defend themselves. They are incredibly, disgustingly racist, horrifically misogynistic, and just generally fucking vile and corrupt. Shall we take a look? Oh, bugger. I'll cut that bit out. Anyway, the first bit they're talking about, just to give you the context for this, is a story within the program. We won't watch the whole 58 minutes of it because that would take me fucking days. No, the first bit they're talking about here is a story of a pregnant woman who came into Charing Cross Police Station, claiming that she had been sexually assaulted and domestically abused up to the point of her violent ex kicking her in the stomach in order to try and murder the baby that she was pregnant with, to the point where she had a boot mark on her stomach. Rather a clear indicator that story was, at least in some case, true. Let's see how fantastically well this particular police sergeant, so literally the person essentially running the station at that time, dealt with that.
Yeah, she was pregnant, tried to kill her baby. It's in the stomach.
That's what she says.
2.5 years ago, the Casey report found the Met Police...
That's what she says. That's what she says. She had a boot mark on her stomach where he had kicked her in the stomach. Not unsurprisingly, they released him. To just go and do it again, I suppose. I wonder why cases of domestic abuse and rape are embarrassingly low in terms of prosecution rate. It's not a mystery, is it?
...was institutionally racist, homophobic and misogynistic. After hearing concerns about officers' behaviour at Charing Cross Police Station, Panorama sent in an undercover reporter to investigate.
Just right. No, it's a lot of stuff. Yeah, horrible what he was doing.
This is a detention officer talking to a police officer about a man in custody accused of rape and domestic violence. But a decision's been made to release him on bail.
He got bailed?
They wanted to rely on him.
No.
Yeah, it's a nasty place to work, Faraday. Really nasty. Yeah, she was pregnant, tried to kill her baby. It's in the stomach.
That's what she says.
What a big footprint, they were better than pregnant. Yeah.
A few minutes later on her break, she's still unhappy about what Sergeant McIlvenny just said and the decision to bail the man.
The way he went, yeah, it's what she says. He fucking stamped on her stomach when she was pregnant. Like, don't fuck off. Yeah, I thought it was going to go and wait now. You're waiting now. But unfortunately, I can't. He's got stripes up the child.
She's not wrong.
That's literally the most perfect distillation of the corruption at the heart of the British establishment. I'd like to have turned around and done anything about it, but I can't. He has stripes on his shoulder. I've said this for a long time. The British establishment, the power structure, is so much more concerned with maintaining control than with any semblance of justice whatsoever. They would happily allow a rapist to walk free as long as the power structure remains intact. They bailed that person. They gave that person bail.
Wrong in her description of him, frankly.
She seems to be quite angry that he's just dismissed it.
Yeah, she is angry. And I'm not surprised. It's little wonder that rape and domestic abuse investigations have such a low success rate, because despite all the fantastic work that's been done, you've got idiots that you come up against like this. Clearly, these individuals are simply not getting the message.
Panorama.
Now, this is sort of the problem. Not obviously just the person you saw initially, the actual horrific bastard in control, but the person you saw there was a former temporary deputy commissioning officer, or sort of whatever the hell the phrase is, of Nottinghamshire Police, and she had been involved with disciplinary procedures inside the police force. Now, the fact that the police are the ones who police the police is in of itself important and fucked up. And secondly, as you saw there, a person, even though they were involved in punishments of police, and I say punishments in very inverted commas because the punishments are often ridiculously lax, still putting out this nonsense about it being just a few bad apples. It's just these individuals, rather than the fact that obviously it's a systemic problem. And it's clearly a fucking systemic problem. We have had, really no change, it seems to me, fundamentally, from the Stephen Lawrence investigation when I was a kid, the McPherson report that followed it. We've had the Sarah Everard case, which was involved the rape and murder of a person by the police, and then them coming and arresting and violently assaulting people who were protesting the police's inaction in dealing with misogyny and violence within their own ranks. And then the Casey review that followed that, which the current chief officer of the Metropolitan Police Force rejected the claim that it was institutional. Because the thing is, if they ever accept it's institutional, then they realise that the institution can't solve the problem, and so you would need outside help. Because obviously you can't possibly deal with the thing that you are corrupt to begin with, right? You can't, the sick body that I suppose doesn't even accept that it's sick can't heal itself, I suppose. It's a really poor analogy. I'll cut that bit out for the YouTube. You can't expect an organisation to just sort of take care of itself in that way. And so you would need outside assistance. And that's precisely what we actually do need. Because in this video, in this documentary, it wasn't just about misogyny and rape and domestic abuse. It was about racism. It was about the police's love of violence. Literally, there were various people throughout this documentary who were going on about how much they love physically abusing and torturing restrained people. There was one guy who bragged openly to a person he thought was another officer, bragged about physically torturing a 15-year-old autistic child who was restrained. He said he'd been a masseuse in the past, and so he knew about the pressure points. And so he was inflicting physical pain on a mentally ill child who was restrained for up to an hour. The police can't do anything about this because the police are the ones doing it. They're corrupt to the core. It's not just a few bad apples, and it's not just the Metropolitan Police. We have seen time and again across the country, every single time there is a genuine independent investigation into any police force around the country, these kinds of stories come out all the time. We've seen how long people have to fight for any semblance of justice. Literally, they're just getting around to passing a Hillsborough law. Damn near, 35 years? After the thing happened, and after not a single person was prosecuted, not just for the deaths of 97 people, but for the cover-up, where South Yorkshire Police, not Met Police, colluded with the investigating police force, the West Midlands Police Force, again, not the Met Police, to falsify accounts from the day, including by members of the South Yorkshire Police Force, in order to exculpate the South Yorkshire Police Force for what I considered to be murder, or at the very least manslaughter. And not a single person was ever punished for it. The people involved in this that were found out instantly cannot be allowed to resign. They have to be sacked. And beyond that, they have to be prosecuted for the crimes that they have openly admitted to committing. And fundamentally, beyond just that, there needs to be a root and branch reform of the way in which we do justice in this country. Because the way the police are set up is bound to attract the worst people in the country to the most powerful and potentially dangerous and exploitable positions. The way the police are set up now means that power-hungry, jumped-up authoritarians who love inflicting violence, who are racist, bigoted, far-right scum, are given carte blanche to just enact that violence without virtually any comeuppance. Because even if they get found, they're often, because the police want to hush it up and cover it up, they're allowed to resign. Which means there's nothing stopping them engaging in security work further down the line, because they can just say, oh, well, I left the police. There's no stain on them whatsoever. So they get to then have another position where they can enact that same violence just on a slightly lower level. And the cycle perpetuates. And for every good police officer that you can bring forward, well, they're working in the same fucking police stations as these evil bastards. What the fuck are they doing about that? This is madness. This can't be allowed to continue. Policing has to be done with the consent of the policed. Otherwise it doesn't work. And there is not a single person, I think, in the real world who is surprised by any of these revelations. Because they're not revelations. I could have told you that the police are racist and violent and misogynist. Because that's the way they've always been. They haven't changed. If I were... No, actually, no, I won't go into that thought. I'll cut this bit out for the YouTube. The chief of the Metropolitan Police Force needs to be fired from his position. And frankly, there needs to be a staged dissolving of that organisation. It cannot be saved at this point. It cannot be reformed. It needs to be removed. And there needs to be a completely new system built in its place. I don't expect for a second that will happen, because as I mentioned earlier, the power structure is so much more obsessed with that preservation of hierarchy than it has ever been in instituting justice. And that fucking shows. Okay, I'll let the box back on. Sorry, I just had to let some let some steam off there. Just had to say some things. What is this? Misconduct hearing for W80. What's this? Police asked for Palestine Action protests to be postponed after Manchester attack. Organisers say protesters will go ahead as admit whether it's prioritised arrests. Police have asked protesters organising a mass protest against the ban on Palestine Action to postpone it so that resources can be sent to protect Jewish and Muslim communities after this. No, fuck you. And when I say fuck you, I mean fuck you to the police, not to the Jewish or Muslim communities. No, fuck you. Fuck you, Metropolitan Police. No. You're gonna... Look, you're just annoyed that you might not be able to arrest as many people for daring to oppose genocide, because you might have to actually do your fucking job protecting people around synagogues and mosques. To which I say, go fuck yourself. Like, fuck you. Honest to God, the police have some fucking neck. You don't do your job at the best of times.
Get some help.
You don't do your fucking job at the best of times. Like, not only... I mean, I suppose it's too early to say whether the Metropolitan Police failed with this, because again, as I mentioned in the thing, they have jurisdiction for all terrorism-related shit in the UK. So assuming that the attack in Manchester was terrorism, which it definitely looks like, then that would come under Met Control, and ultimately Metropolitan Police might have failed in not picking up this person. Now, there could be that they couldn't do anything about it, whatever, right? But either way, on the day that, you know, potentially another failure in terrorism policing came forward, they're now saying, no, you can't have your freedom of speeches. No, fuck you. How is it freedom to protest if you need permission? Well, Michael, a little known fact, you have to get permission to protest there anyway. You genuinely do. I think I might have been through this before. But there's a thing called the Serious and Organised Crime Prevention Act. SOCPA is what it's called. Which was initially brought in as a kind of anti-mafia type piece of legislation. And in that regard, it's fine. It's not the end of the world, whatever. Generally, if you're not doing mafia shit, you won't fall under its jurisdiction. Except there are a couple of interesting little add-ons to that. Which involved what was called Parliament and its Environs, which is a rather large chunk of central London around Parliament, where in order to protest legally, you have to get a licence to do so. Literally, oi, have you got a licence for that protest? Now, the police, I don't think, outside of really crazy cases, turn down such requests. But it doesn't matter. The fact that you have to ask for that request, or you have to request that thing, is fucking mental. And what I especially love is that part of the bill was introduced essentially to annoy one man. A man called Brian Hawes. Let's salutes in chat, because even if you don't know who Brian Hawes is, you owe him a debt of gratitude. A glorious human being. A mad cunt, glorious human being. He was originally from Redditch, just down the road from where I am. A place where I have family and that. Anyway, he was an anti-Iraq war protester. So we are talking damn near, well, over 20 years ago. And he protested right across the road from Westminster, from the Houses of Parliament. Literally, it would be, if you look at that picture, 100 yards straight ahead of you on the other side of the road to Parliament, right? He would set up entire cardboard boxes that had been flattened out, entire screens along the whole length of that bit of pavement of pictures of malformed Iraqi babies because they'd been dropping white phosphorus. That sort of thing, right? Statistics about the number of people that the British government had been, inculcated in the murder of Iraqis and torture and blah, blah, blah. All of that shit, right? And the British government, under Tony Blair, were very, very embarrassed by this, because obviously when you get foreign dignitaries, they turn up at Downing Street, which is literally like half a mile to the left down the road, and then they might want to go to Parliament, so they have to like go past this fucking huge thing of like body parts and shit. Like, it was really embarrassing for the British government, and so they wanted to introduce that piece of legislation, or that they wrote that bit into what was supposed to be an anti-mafia piece of legislation, right, to try and get rid of him from Parliament Square, because they could just say to the police, don't ever give him a licence. Everyone else is fine, but he can fuck off, right? And then he'd be gone. Small problem, though. In Britain, legislation is written such that it says, once this bill is passed and given royal assent, ... and it goes on. So basically, you can't retroactively apply it to something that's ongoing prior to the signature of the then Queen, or now King, to the legislation, because it wasn't law. And so a judge, his lawyers, working pro bono, because the man had no fucking money. Look, he was literally, essentially living homeless in Parliament Square for fucking years, through rain, sleet, snow, the rest, right? Fucking mental. And he said, the lawyer stood up and said, well, my client's case is, this is ridiculous, because his protest is ongoing and contiguous since before the passing of the legislation, so this doesn't apply to him. And the judge went, yep, okay, fair enough. So the one person it was introduced to get rid of was the one person in the fucking world it didn't apply to. Yes. Sometimes you've got to love lawyer shit, okay? Lawyers are usually cunts, let's be honest. Marcus, you know I love you if you watch this bit at some point, right? But, like, lawyers are wankers mostly. But occasionally, just occasionally, bang on. Sometimes you need a lawyer to fuck with the system because they know how it works. Fuck yes. Unfortunately, Brian died a few years ago. But ultimately, I think his life was well spent. What a glorious human being. Salutes in chat. Fucking salutes in chat. Boom. Anyway. Now we don't have question time just yet, do we? No, it'll be on soon. Anyway, so what we can do, though, chitty chats and kitty cats, is what I did see was... Oh, by the way, everyone going for like I Am Blakely. They're fucking awesome. I want to collab with them. Get them to collab with me. Anyway. Oh. New Ammon animations, people. Let's fucking go. Oh, don't be shit, YouTube. Come on, you absolute batty clart.
Yes, we are being sued for copyright infringement. And it's been hanging over our lives like a cloud these past months.
Yeah.
We are being sued by Bold Guy, aka Matt Haas Zone. We did our thing and we made a reaction video about him on our second channel, Ethan and Eli. And I think the heart and soul of this is like that he doesn't like that we made fun of him, and so he's suing us.
Is there any other era in the history of the world where Ethan Klein would have been famous? Like, only the internet could have made Ethan Klein famous, right? Like, he's so devoid of, like, talent. He's such an unlikable person in a number of ways. He's not conventionally attractive. Not that that should matter, but clearly it has in the past. Like, what other timeline would this freak have been famous? What is this? Rusty looking at... Well, salutes again, chat, for Rusty looking at a jellyfish. We see Rusty, we salute Rusty. That's the way it fucking works.
Wow, Ethan, great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you.
Oh, hi there. It's me, your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds, and I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys too. I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hassan Piker, the Leftovers podcast, which
he never, ever, ever stops talking about. But, you know. Unbelievable. Thank you, Scribby, for resubscribing. I found out how bent the coppers are in my area when they turned a blind eye when a man tried to break into my place and attack me. He had certain connections. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The police are scum. Yeah, they're fucking awful. Interestingly, given that the police were openly filmed allowing a white woman who was pregnant to be physically attacked and assaulted, having been raped, I presume that the right wing are up in arms about this. I presume they're going to be breaking into every Greggs up and down the land to protect the women and girls who they definitely care about, right? They definitely care about the women and the girls. And it's not at all, you know, an excuse to go and attack brown people. Right? Yeah? Is that going to happen? Oh, no, they don't give a fuck. No, of course not. No.
He made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. And we went on making the show for about 2 years, and everything was good. Everyone was having fun. The audience was having fun. No problem.
And then my comfort blanket ethno-state decided to kick up a fuss, and I don't like it when people criticise them.
Problem. That was until this happened.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
And then I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped? Was Hassan presenting a Trojan horse to my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video,
left-leaning Democrat? Wow, you really weren't watching, were you?
Was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against me.
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Dude, I hate liberals, dude. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend? What else is someone this sociopathic capable of?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet.
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
Hello everybody, this is Ethan Klein, host of the H3 Show. Alright, so obviously I'm about to have a really uncomfortable conversation about Hassan. And
oh no!
You know,
there's always some weird horror shit in it, man.
A really fun episode about Twilight today, but blame it on the anti-Semites. The openness and brazenness with anti-Semitism has left me no choice. I have no choice. But I'm hallucinating, according to Hassan. Well, let's see if I'm hallucinating. The big story breaking right now is that since October 7th, which has blocked the entire country of Israel from making new accounts, secretly, silently, no statement, no explanation, has blocked an entire fucking country. How does that happen? The word Israel is considered a invalid word when you're trying to make an account. User from Israel.
You know what?
But hold on, before you answer.
Yeah.
But why does then both Palestine and Hamas are acceptable. This guy's name is I Love Hamas 123. That word. Yeah.
If your name is I Love Hamas 123, you are not welcome here. Okay? No. Bad. Shoot. But you know, if you want to give weird accounts gifted sub, Bernie Sanders isn't a subscriber anymore. Someone wants to give Bernie a freebie. What the fuck am I talking about?
Well, apparently that's dope. In his song, it's by his song, and in his community, I Love Hamas 123 is just another member of his community. I'm being real. It's just way too many coincidences. Hassan is on the homepage of that website every time I go there.
He's the most viewed live streamer alive right now.
Yeah, because they keep putting him at the top fucking page every day.
Yeah, but yeah.
And nobody, what's crazy is there's nobody on the entire platform to call him out. Nobody. They've all been banned. Nobody. There is not a single dissenting voice with his fucking straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic.
Anti-American. Sorry, I didn't realise you had to love America to be allowed to fucking speak. Jesus Christ.
Pro-China, pro-Russia, pro-terrorism takes. This is fringe, psychotic shit that is not normal. And it is the only acceptable voice on Twitch. Explain that.
Why is his arm getting skinnier? It's weird. His arm's getting like really thin now. Oh, I don't like it.
How is there not one dissenting voice on that entire platform?
Snails are kind of doing the thing that people meme about, like docking penises, basically.
I don't know what that means.
Docking, when two guys get together and like one has a circumcised penis and the other one doesn't, and then the non-circumcised penis you like put into the circumcised penis, basically.
What the fuck is what? Oh, why did people are fucking mental? Oh, I don't like people. That's not a thing. Don't say that's a real thing. Each day we stray further from the path of light. Why would you do that? I'm not welcome to the world of docking. No, it's not. I'm not fucking doing it. Fuck off. Why not? It's funny. It sounds fucking horrible. I don't want to put my dick in another dick. That's not where that goes. It doesn't sound good to me. No, you fucking perverts, all of you.
Like you unfold the uncircumcised part of the penis, like the tip, and then you put the circumcised penis in it like this, like a spaceship docking.
And they just...
You'll need Jesus. I'm an atheist. I'm saying it. You'll need Jesus.
touch? It's not
Yeah.
like...
It's kind of like that.
Is that sexual or is that just a joke?
I don't know.
It sounds sexual. Why is his head is so small?
I don't think that it's like that at all.
This is Nazi shit! S-tier race? Are you fucking kidding me? And they're trying to run defense. Hassan and all these fucking people are running defense for this shit. I have spent every waking moment on this project.
Except for when you take care of your kids, right?
I don't think Hassan knows what's coming. I feel it might be
Why did you Google that 255? Oh no. I just image searched it. It's not as upsetting as it... No, it is. It absolutely is as upsetting as I think it is. It is, okay? Shop.
one of the best takedown videos of all time. It's coming together, but I've never been faced with such a daunting task. I find myself
Jesus Christ. I wasn't expecting a Des Tiny. No. Is that more or less disgusting than docking? I don't know, docking doesn't involve genocide. So, like, yeah, Destiny is literally worse than docking. Which is not a sentence I thought I'd say, because I didn't know what that was 5 seconds ago or whatever, yeah. Oh, God almighty.
Overwhelmed with the quantity of footage, and I have
10,
tried everything
9,
to avoid
7, 6,
launching this nuclear
5,
bomb.
4.
But Hassan has
3,
continually provoked
2,
me
1.
and forced my
0.
hand.
Are you going to be watching Ethan's content news?
What the fuck is this? Does he own a capybara? I hope he does. A cappy would make me happy.
The answer is, of course not.
The title of the show is Hassan and Goons Are Evil, Cowardly Liars. Now, I, once again, am looking to not, to move on past it. Yeah, I'm just going to get into the Hassan stuff. This is the result of Hassan's activism. Hassan Piker, Hassan, propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter. Hassan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex. He probably sets up a mirror and jerks off watching himself.
I want to think about that, man.
Think about it.
See, I know my question has always been, right? If you look in a mirror at yourself jerking off, is that gay? Because you're watching a dude jerk off, right? I mean, it's you, obviously, but like, that seems pretty gay, right?
Hassan dropped new merch today, guys. What a dumb, cringy fucking tryhard. Please, can we just all point, make a circle around him and point and laugh? Can we please just fucking point and laugh at him?
And why is this? Why do we allow this? This should be illegal. Nobody cares. Somebody, please. It's insanely pathetic.
I'm about to hit Celestial, Nate. Where you at?
Celestial?
Yeah.
What is that? I don't even know what that is.
That's what it's called, right? The one after Grandmaster?
All right, where were we? I wanted to say that Hassan is the human embodiment of the Che Guevara shirt sold at Hot Topic. He is that personified.
Were you thinking about that in the bathroom?
I did.
Yeah.
I would love to open the stream, but I think things are too contentious. The hallucinations are starting to feel a lot more real. Whoa. It's a little catty and weird, considering I feel like our conflict at this point runs so deep. But I'm gonna pull it up anyway. Fuck it.
Out of context would be to talk to me face to face instead of just watching me on a.
Oh, we actually did. Oh, okay. So you went. Presumably, this is in Japan. Presumably. No, those are the voiceovers are actual real things. It's just a visual presentation that isn't. Well, apart from this is real.
"30-second delay on your stream."
Wait, that's what I'm. Wait. How does he know I'm watching already?
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
Come on, Ethan, wake up.
I'm never getting a no. I'm not doing a stream in a maid outfit. You can fuck well off. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare! Is this like the ghost of Christmas past? Is this Ethan being reminded of what he used to be? No way.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
That is not anti-Semitism. The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews It is a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men, for that matter. And this type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible, frankly.
Docking when two guys get together and like one has a circumcision.
It is. It's a reboot of the fucking whatchamacallit video, the Steven Crowder video.
And I hope people bear in mind and never forget, as this war rages on, just remember why I'm doing this. Because every one of you motherfuckers that I said I'm coming for, that I hold responsible.
Oh, not Hela. No. She's already done baby murder. There's no need to give her a big neck as well.
Guess what? It's only a matter of time. I can't wait for videos crying.
No.
Ethan's suing me. Ethan's stalking me. Ethan's all this. Yup! I'm doing all that! Here's the thing, Anissa and Ian. I just want you to know. I want you guys to know something. Look at me. This is me. I win, you lose. And you will continue to lose. And I'll tell you why. Because I'm not done. I'll never be done. I will never be done with you. That's how much you've betrayed me and how much I want you to know how much you lose and I win. Do you understand?
Yeah, winners often sit there having to scream about how much they've won and how everyone else has lost. Yeah, definitely.
Anissa, and I'm not even talking to iDubbbz anymore. He's insignificant. He's gone. I want you to understand something. I am never gonna be done. When you see this, you know that this one watch, is probably worth more than your entire worldly possessions. And that upsets you because you're jealous, you're bitter, you lost everything, and you look at me, you see me, because me and Ian were in the same place, right? We came from the same place. And look where I am, and look where you are. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the fucking legend that responded to it live with zero hesitation.
Is illegal ship shit?
And by the way, Anissa reached out. She wants to meet at the Motel 6 tonight.
What this guy is, can we ship him shit?
Weinstein, Ryan Kavanaugh. This is a really good experiment. Actually, you know what?
Kind of looks like Harvey Weinstein.
That's what I've been saying, bro. We made a whole website dedicated to that. Wait, that's what I've been saying, bro. What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking
oh, he does such beautiful fucking animation and shit.
Mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, like crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how like free it feels for people, or just it's a beautiful place.
Gaza. Oh, I was like, what the fuck is this? Where is he taking them? It's in Gaza. Okay. That's fucking powerful, man.
Frankly, are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically, anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything. They literally put fucking command centers under hospitals. That's not even
they're
good.
literally skulls and shit. Oh, jeez.
900,000.
They've got the panties on. Oh, fucking hell.
Jews, approximately 7 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to it. They're fucking Arabs.
Is that fucking Netanyahu as Hitler? I was about to say this isn't AI. These are his actual animations, like for real. What the fuck is that? Is that like some golden calf angel of death shit? What the fuck? I don't even know what this is.
Was I owned?
Sometimes there's a bit at the end. Yeah, there's something coming up. I don't know. Oh, for fuck's sake. So, fucking Question Time isn't even on. Oh, hang on. Yeah, it is. What?
He also served as the city's former lord.
Why did it fucking... Oh, God, I hate the world. I actually hate the world and I want to die. I hope you know that, chat. It said it wasn't going to start. Anyway, whatever. Fucking kill me. In Minecraft, obviously.
Ah, hello there. It's been some time, hasn't it? If you enjoyed the video, be sure to hit that like and subscribe button. And if you want to see some behind-the-scenes videos and tutorials for just $1 or $2, be sure to check out my Patreon linked below. Let me quickly thank my top patrons. S.E. J. Nero, M. Kindtuff, Eagle Seta, Ben Masters, Noam Stonsky, Hunter Fernandez, Dennis, Sebastian Denatali, Alfred Jericho Young, Tina McGay, Uncle Dave, Soma13, The Irony Giants, Curio, Darth Sunshine, Overa, Dan F. Ferrars, Tom Servo 5.
Oh, Anglopunk. Oh, so you give money to a talented content creator who does good work rather than fucking slop like me. Yeah, that's probably a good call, actually, to be fair. Yeah. Is NJ getting on at 10:30 for questions? I have no idea. She hasn't contacted me or nothing, so I have no idea what's going on. Oh, she's saying she'll be back just after 10. Okay, we can kill an hour, can't we, chat? By which I mean, you've got to give me some content to do for an hour. Or I can just go into the stream suggestions and find something.
Saddle 88, Jerkwad Jerk Squad, Seth Baker, Milton Friedman, Carl Sagan Deluxe, Listopia, Weregamer, Gustavo Aguiar, Holland Randall, Luke Stein, Kaylee Vision, Scry Gordons, Randolino, KH, CHB, Brandon Scott, No Need for Topics, CE Scooter, Josh Yag. So, this year has been rather insane. The real world events ended up outpacing me beyond what I ever anticipated. As a result, I will be making a big video on Trump, Elon, Epstein, and everything else that happened this year as my next big project. I may make more than just that, but that's the plan. It's been 4 years now since Sam Cedar, Stephen Robbins, and the Majority Report crew, and others, helped me raise funds to get a powerful computer. To this day, I am deeply grateful for you.
You're always welcome, Mix Vivian Wolf, if you wanted to. You can do, you can come on at 10, whatever. It's entirely up to you. Come on now, come on my face, whatever. Yeah, it's fine.
Oiled like a baby otter.
Thank you, Fonacer, with 10 gifted memberships. Much love. Although I will turn the alert box off because I don't want to hear that 10 times. Is this a slop stream? This is not a slop stream, Orion. Or Orion? Orion! I did a proper bit at the start about the police and how they're very bad. I was a bit more sort of in depth than that. but that was the gist of it. His video on Charlie Kirk. Oh, that's from 4 years ago. I ain't need that shit. Who is this we are watching, please? This is a person called Ammon Animations. A-A-M-O-N. Ammon Animations.
Your help. It changed my life, and I'll keep going as long as I can. My power has finally been restored, so thank you all, and farewell.
So this happened. This didn't have to happen. No one asked for this. No one requested it. No one wanted this. What's this? What's up with the 300 and... Oh, Kronk's watch. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Hang on, 1 minute. Oh, Discord. One second, everybody. Can I get you a mug? What? Can you get me a mug? What on earth are you talking about? Not piss. Thank you. I'm good for mugs. But that is pretty funny. Try the maid outfit and docking on your next date, Kev. No, I don't think I will. I'm really not. No. No, I don't think so. No. Yeah, 1 second. We're going to have Viv on. Because why not? Viv's awesome, so... Eat a dick. What is this nonsense? People throwing links at me all of a sudden. What's going on here? Police in Westminster react violently to protests against the interception of the global Samudram flotilla. Where was this energy for the far right? Well, because, again, the far right and the police are the same thing. Oh, that is not what I was trying to do. What a surprise. What a surprise. Chat, I am shocked. I can only reiterate the fucking title of the stream. Hello there, MX Vivian Wolf.
Hey.
How are you?
I logged into the wrong fucking account. Don't show that on screen.
You're not on stream, but what I will say is, are you ringing from a tin can?
Oh, shit. Oh, I see. There we go. That should be better. Is that better?
That's a lot better. Thank you.
I accidentally used my webcam mic instead of my
See, that's how we check. Definitely a leftist. Good.
100%. Yeah.
Don't really rightoids come around these parts. Anyway, we were just watching. Someone sent me this. You know the old flotilla going to Palestine? Obviously got intercepted by the terrorists that are the Israeli government. And naturally the police decided this was an appropriate way to handle the protest about that.
Is this in London?
Go on, sorry?
Is this in London?
I believe this is their London, yes. Yeah. Because again, it's, the The Metropolitan Police feel like they haven't had a bad PR day enough, I think. They feel they really needed to just ratchet up how much they are detested by the population.
We do need to gut the Metropolitan Police entirely from top to bottom.
Again, we
rebuild
should
the organisation.
we should point out you mean structurally, not literally.
Oh, I don't mean like fucking violently. Like,
Well, I'm just saying
I mean,
because they are nothing if not sticklers for being wankers, and they might pull you up on that as a threat of terrorism.
I see. Okay, yeah. No, when I say gut it, I mean fucking hollow it out. Get rid of
institutionally reform and replace.
Yes, get rid of every single police officer in the institution. But and by get rid of, I mean make them unemployed.
You mean make them
just to be-
disappear,
make
you
them,
monster.
Make them unemployed. Okay, make them no longer police officers. And
Okay.
if
So-
indeed we live in a society where we consider police to continue to be necessary, we should then rebuild the organisation from the ground up. But from the top to the fucking bottom, it is an absolute septic tank, and we've had years and years and years of leaks. And every single time they're like, "Oh yes, we've reformed. We've put measures in place. We do safety checks and background checks and fucking toilet checks now, right?" There's no possibility that a single racist, misogynist, or otherwise unpleasant person could ever pass the doors of our distinguished institution. And then 2 weeks later, an undercover reporter comes out with a whole bunch of quotes of them laughing about rape and beating up brown people or something. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. I don't know if you saw my opening Ranterino thing. I'll put it up on YouTube anyway. But yeah.
Sorry, that was a bit of a rant myself, wasn't it?
Well, no, that's absolutely fine. I had you on to talk, not to not talk. So yeah, no, I was similar opinions because of course we are an echo chamber and we all believe exactly the same thing. No, the police are just fucking awful. Honest to God. And it's not just the Metropolitan Police. Honestly, you could go and do that kind of investigation into anything. Any one of these fucking country bumpkin fuckhole fucking hot fuzz type places, and it would be something of the same.
Yeah, I mean, I have.
It's the culture that gets bred in this. It attracts violent, bigoted, extreme
I think that's
bastards.
the problem, isn't it? The job attracts those kinds.
Exactly.
Of people because it's the kinds of people who want to. It's the same reason there's a disproportionate amount of pedophiles in the clergy, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's the perfect sort of niche for people who were bullies to continue doing bullying.
Yeah.
And that's why it attracts violent bullies. I mean, I don't know. Did you actually see Did you watch the documentary itself?
I didn't watch the whole documentary. I've just seen. I saw a short.
Yeah. No, that's fair enough.
Like news report on it,
Yeah.
basically. I saw a short news report.
Well,
it was about 2-3 minutes of video, and what was there was enough. Like they were boasting about. They were boasting about assaulting people, hurting them.
Well, exactly. That's the thing. Several of them were like, and one of them specifically struck me. He said, "This is why I joined the force, because I want to scrap. I want to get paid to fight people."
Yeah.
Like, not to serve justice, not to keep the street safe, to physically assault people. One guy, and this genuinely, I don't know how this person won't be prosecuted, except the fact that they're a police officer and police officers are never prosecuted, openly bragged about torturing, and this is what it is, a 15-year-old autistic child who was restrained.
Oh shit! Wait, which one? Wait, that's not the guy who got stamped on, is it?
No. This was a different chap.
Right, okay.
He was a teen, so he was 15 years old. He was obviously mentally ill and had been arrested and was restrained. And this guy, he had bragged about being a masseur in a previous profession. And he said, "I know all the pressure points." And so he was inflicting physical pain consistently over the course of about an hour, he said, onto a mentally ill child who literally couldn't move.
I see. Yeah, I mean, I've experienced a little bit of that myself, being being arrested.
I don't. I genuinely don't. You can't reform that. You genuinely can't. That's not a thing that can be like. That needs to be destroyed.
That's why I say that the fucking institution just needs to be just needs to be hollowed out, and they need to replace, like, they need to, if you want policing to be good, to be community based, to be and for the people in it to not abuse their power, you have to start from the foundations, attracting, recruiting, and training people with those values in mind, right?
Yeah, I should point out, when I say autistic, the person had been diagnosed with autism, but when the police are dealing with someone in that kind of level of mental distress, they have to assume mental illness. Whether I understand you don't want to describe autism as mental illness, that's fine. I'm not arguing that point with you. The police have to treat that person as if they are mentally ill. So he was essentially physically assaulting a person he believed to be mentally ill. Okay, so that's not me passing a judgment on autistic people as mentally ill people. Okay, just to clarify for everybody. Yes. Anyhow, did anyone have anything we actually wanted to watch for? Because we've got to kill like basically an hour. So, anyone in chat have you got anything? I'm having a look in the Discord, and it's, what's this? Immigration, the Great Non-Debate. I don't want to watch Lindy Beige. Fuck that guy.
He is a twat.
He is a
There's a
knobhead.
real fucking problem with like all the history YouTubers. Like I did, because I watched a lot of them back when I was at university doing history, right?
Yeah.
So like, and Lindy Beige I quite liked in the beginning. You know, he did some interesting things. He did some like role plays and.
Are you a little younger than me? Because I don't think YouTube was around much when I was at college.
Oh, well, I went to university late.
Okay.
I started uni at like 26, 27 because I was far too busy being street homeless in my late teens, early 20s.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So I started university late. I think I was class of 2015, 2016.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, so you did go after me then,
Yeah.
Like, I remember YouTube had just started at some point, because I signed up to literally the channel. If you're watching on YouTube, you're watching me on a channel that I signed up for in about 2009 or something, to watch fucking dodgy episodes of the what's it called? The Jon Stewart show, The Daily Show. Which YouTube should remember, they literally built an entire fucking business out of copyright theft. So maybe look after the creators a little, you know, maybe just a smidge, maybe back them from time to time.
Why? We're in the era of AI now. YouTube can make absolutely billions off of people posting 20-second slop videos that have AI voiceovers going, and this is why you never play with chickens after they've hatched. Wait till the end of the video. You'll never guess what happens. This is so fucking annoying. I don't know. I just said some random bullshit. But
that's as fucking sensible as anything else they've fucking done.
There's so much of it. So much slop. I hate YouTube Shorts. I wish YouTube Shorts had never fucking started.
I think I'm with you actually. Yeah.
They're so clickbaity, and they're nearly always fucking dreadful. Like, there are some people doing good work in YouTube Shorts, I'm sure. I've seen a couple. But the vast majority of it is just, like, mass-produced slop content.
Yeah, it's absolutely fucking pointless.
Yeah.
But I don't mind people... You can do weird little compilation bits and stuff, which can be quite fun, but, like, that's about it. I think that's the sort of extent of what you can really do with YouTube Shorts. What we could watch, I don't know if you saw much of Owen Jones being kicked out of the Labour Party conference thing.
I watched his whole video when he went to the Labour conference, but I didn't see where he got kicked out. Like, I don't think there was any, because he just got a letter later, didn't he, saying his pass had been cancelled.
I definitely want to scroll through. I want to get to the bit he corners Luke Akehurst, the Zionist.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you think that was Luke Akehurst, or do you think that was what's her fucking name, Thornbury?
No, I don't think it was. I think it was the the woman who was Home Secretary, Mrs. Ed Balls. I've forgotten her fucking name.
All their names have gone out of my brain.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyway,
Like,
that
as
bit.
soon as we start talking about them, I'm like,
Yeah.
I forget who the fuck this person is.
Someone in chat, tell me, chat. You know the things. Yvette Cooper.
Yvette Cooper, yeah.
Oh, the woman named
she
after the
seemed
terrorist
super
group.
annoyed.
Yeah, yeah.
She seemed very annoyed in it, Yvette Cooper, didn't she?
Well, no, you don't like to be reminded of the genocide.
Emily Thornberry got kind of upset too.
Yeah, she said questioning her was misogynistic.
Oh shit! Yeah, she did this whole thing on Instagram, and when I went to look, it wasn't there anymore.
Well,
Or I just don't know how to use Instagram.
Well, either of those things is possible. So.
You two go. All right, take care. Bye bye. Emily, hi. How are you?
Hello. Oh, yeah,
Hi,
here
Emily.
he is.
Hi. Don't get smiley. At the beginning of the genocide, you were asked.
I'm going to let you in.
You were asked
But
several
you got
times
in.
by Victoria Derbyshire if cutting off food and water and energy to Gaza
Wait, what did she
was
just say?
against.
She just say we weren't going to let you in.
Did she say that?
She's like, but you got in. That's extraordinary, isn't it?
At the beginning of the genocide, you were asked.
I'm going to let you in.
You were asked
But you
several
got
times
in.
by Victoria
That's
Derbyshire if cut.
I thought they weren't going to let. Oh, so this was all planned then?
She already knew. She knew ahead of time.
Oh, you little fuckers!
It's
Good
not even-
spot. Good spot. Fucking.
It's not yeah.
Oh, fucking Sherlock Holmes over here, putting the pieces together.
I don't think Owen Jones really noticed it either because he's trying to press his question. But yeah, she definitely just said, "I thought they weren't going to let you in, but you got in." That's extraordinary, isn't it? Yeah.
So okay, so I'm going to revise what I said and say no, it's definitely Emily Thornberry then, because she seems really like she's doing the happy smiley thing because that's her like face, that's the mask, but she's clearly very annoyed that he got in.
Yeah.
She was hoping that he'd be stopped at the door and she could just walk on, unaccosted. But no, she's going to have to answer questions about being a genocider now. Love it.
Cutting off food and water and energy to Gaza was against international law, and you said.
Do you think cutting off food, water, and electricity is within international law?
I think that Israel has an absolute right to defend itself against
not the
terrorism.
question I asked.
It is an answer to the question that you've asked. I think it's an appropriate one.
Well, okay, but saying I love flapjacks is also an answer, but it's not remotely
fair-
appropriate to the question being asked.
To be fair, this is an answer to the question she asked. It's saying they have an absolute right to defend themselves, and that includes doing the thing that you just said they're doing.
Yeah.
Like, that's just a yes, basically. Do they have the right to do that? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they have the right to do that. And she goes on to explain it later as well.
At this time.
And I think you'll find also if you look at the whole clip that I talked about the temporary nature of it.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Oh, so it's okay to temporarily cut off water to people? No, it isn't.
And food.
Yeah, no, it isn't. No, it's not actually okay to do that at all.
Yeah, she said something here about what was it? It's only going to be like 3 days or whatever, and that we won't reach starvation levels in 3 days.
Thankfully, humans don't need to drink more than once a week, so it's fine.
Very useful evolutionary adaptation there.
Exactly, like camels. We can just store lots of water in our back humps.
I found out something insane
Go on,
last
then.
week
What was it?
about camels and water in their humps. They don't store water in their humps. They don't.
Oh, they've
They
got water
store-
bottles now. Yeah, fair enough.
No. This is crazy. Okay, it blew my mind. Maybe you won't find it super interesting, but hopefully somebody in chat will, and I won't be wasting your time. But they store hydrogen, and
Why don't they float away then? Like a fucking hot air balloon. What?
Is it hydrogen or oxygen? They store either hydrogen or oxygen in their hump, and then they make that into water by combining it with the other molecule in their body. So they combine the two things in their body to make water inside them.
What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, you're a mental. You're a mental.
It's true. Go fucking look it up.
They store hydrogen in their humps, which they then do like...
hydrogen or oxygen.
And they've got some sort of weird Brita filter system where they can
and
just
then they
make
do some
water.
sort of fucking thing inside their body that then combines these two things and makes water inside them. They don't actually store water. They only store one component of water.
So is it-
and then make the water.
So they got they've got one hump for hydrogen and one for oxygen, and they just go
No, I think
H2O, boom.
I think it's like they store hydrogen, and then when they breathe, they use some of that oxygen to create water. I could be wrong.
Is she pulling my plonk here or what? Lads?
I'm not.
What's
pulling,
happening?
Okay, chat.
Come on now.
Google it, chat, and tell me that I'm not. Tell me I'm not. losing
Fucking
my shit.
Hindenbactrian. It's a very silly joke. Thank you. Camel.
It is fat, and 1 kilogram of fat gives like 1.8 kilos of water when it's burned. Yes, because it weighs more because they're adding more stuff to it, and then it combined it turns into more weight of water than there is in the humps. Yes, I am sort of right.
Okay. Oh, I don't fucking care.
Okay, I'm sorry. But I thought it was pretty cool.
I was just
anyway.
doing a joke about the fact that we need to drink water very often, and
You
therefore
don't think that's cool? I think camels are cool.
No, camels are cool. Don't get me wrong. It's amazing. They can walk over deserts and shit.
Can't
Fucking
believe Kev
mental.
hates camels,
Anyway,
chat.
yeah, Kev.
What's going on?
The
Kev
anti-camel arc.
Kev the camel hater. The
True.
camelity.
True.
The camelity.
You and your fucking woke camel love. Disgusting. Anyway, no, I was just doing a joke because obviously we need water every single day to live. So if you cut it off for 3 days, that's more than the number of days that you need to you need to drink in. Otherwise, you would die.
Yeah, I think if you go without water for like more than about 48 hours.
Because we don't have a hydrogen hump that we can convert fat into water or some shit. Is that a scientifically accurate version of the same fucking joke? Jesus.
I just thought it was an interesting aside.
No, fuck it. I'm issuing a fatwa against camels now. Fuck it.
I wasn't trying to correct you. I just thought it was. I just thought it was really cool that they don't actually store water. They make water inside their bodies, and they make more water than there is.
Well, I make piss
weight in
inside of
that.
my body, and I store it in my 2 humps. In the balls, you see.
Oh yeah, you've definitely got the hump. That's for sure.
Heyo!
You've already heard from your previous guest about what might be happening on a day-to-day basis. So we're now on day 4. And so we hear that there are troops massing on the border. There may well be an incursion. Immediately before an incursion...
There may well be an incursion. Who knows? It's not like Israel want to take everyone's land or anything. That's crazy talk.
Then, as the permanent representative have said, that it might be appropriate in those circumstances for there to be the sort of action that we've heard about. And then the invasion afterwards. I don't know, because at the moment we're in the middle of a hot war, and Israel is in the middle of defending itself, and we have to stand with Israel, just like we would expect people to stand with us if we were the victims of terrorism as well.
If there was any lack of clarity, if you'd gone to the next interview I did on the programme, I explained that we had...
Sorry?
If there was any lack of clarity, well, I didn't say anything. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you did.
I know. I didn't.
Well, I can't tell you all you bitches apart. It's fucking going on about camels and genocide. I don't know what the fuck's happening anymore.
been told, although I was not in a position to be able to explain it at that stage, that the Israelis were about to go in. We thought there was going to be an Entebbe-style raid. We did. But I was not in a position in order for them to go in and get the hostages. Because if you remember, it was on day 3, and they were trying to get in.
Why are you saying this when
okay. This is exactly
Israel
what I
said?
said. And they didn't do it.
Israel said
and
it.
They didn't do it.
Israel made very
But
clear.
That's what we understood they were
Israel
doing.
made very clear at the beginning.
We were
Emily,
told
just talk. Come on,
that
you're
they were,
filibustering.
that they were going to be
Emily,
able to go
Emily,
in and do it,
Emily.
and I was not in a position. And if
Emily,
they were,
Israel made a
stop
series
there
of
for a minute.
genocidal statements at the beginning. Yoav Gallant, the defence minister, said that we're cutting off
what
food
you
and
ought to do
energy
is just interview yourself.
because we're because you're not. You need to be held to
questions.
account.
Jesus Christ. It's like hippy dippy. Just two dickheads rambling over each other.
Honestly, I wish more interviews were like this, frankly.
Oh yeah,
I'm
don't let a gish
I'm
gallop.
so
yeah.
sick
Yeah.
of sitting there watching Andrew Marr or whatever go, okay, so did you say this thing? And then they bloviate for 2 minutes. And Andrew Marr's like, I don't think you really answered the question there. Did you say the thing? And then they bloviate for another 2 fucking minutes and don't answer the question. Like, I'm so fucking sick of that shit.
Yeah.
And politicians, every time they don't answer the fucking question, politicians should be told, you didn't answer the fucking question. If you don't answer the fucking question, or say explicitly, I'm not going to answer that question, I'm going to kick you off my fucking show, and you're not coming back.
No, you know what you need? Shot collar.
Yeah.
It's the only way they'll learn.
Answer the question.
Exactly, yeah. No, you can't refer me to the... Zzz. No. Zzz. Did you threaten to overrule him? Zzz. You know, just...
Just do it.
He's been held to account for supporting a genocide.
No, I did not.
Now,
What I was
Joe
trying
Jalan,
to
the
do
defence minister,
was
said
I
at
was
the
trying
beginning
to
that
explain
they were cutting
that
off
we were going
food
in,
and water because they were fighting human animals. Israel said they weren't going to do
going
that.
in,
When
and
did
they were going to go in and get.
What made you think Israel was going to do that? They just said nothing to that effect. So why?
They didn't
why
say
claim
it
that?
publicly.
Right.
We were told it. We were told they were going in to get the hostages.
And you believed the Israeli government, who have lied about everything ever.
This is just bullshit too. Like, we're supposed to believe that, like, oh, they said to the British government, oh, don't worry, we're just going to cut off water and food for a couple of days while we go in and get all the hostages. And if they did indeed tell you that, you fucking believed them?
Yeah.
You believed that they were going to bring back, what was it, 150,
Yeah.
200
Something
hostages?
like that, yeah.
You believed that they were
And
going to
not
go
just
in
that-
and get all these people within a couple of days? Are you fucking stupid?
And not just that, but like, what made you believe them that they cared so much about the hostages when they were cutting off food, water and electricity to them as well? Because, like, if everyone starves, that includes the hostages. If everyone's dying of thirst, that includes the hostages.
Yeah.
Like, Hamas
This
are not
is
going to
like that
prioritise
whole,
your fucking citizens, are they, you dopey bastard?
Do you remember a little while ago they had that video of the chap who looked very malnourished, one of the hostages?
Indeed so.
In the tunnels, and I was sort of like, I was looking at that and I was like, yeah, that really fucking sucks. It doesn't look like he's being given enough food, and under basically any normal circumstances, I would be like, well, this is mistreatment of POWs and a war crime.
Yep.
But under the circumstances in which nobody has enough food and like tons of people are fucking starving, I'm not 100% sure if like prioritizing your fighters to get enough food before you prioritize the hostages, I'm not sure if that's like crosses over into war crime.
If it's
still bad.
if you're doing equitable distribution of food,
it's just sort of like-
and everyone's getting
Yeah.
kind of equally fucked up,
and everybody's getting starved.
Yeah, then it's- I don't
we
think
don't
that
know.
would be,
We don't
yeah.
know the situation that's led to that person starving. It could just be that everybody who's fucking holding him in captivity is likewise pretty fucking malnourished. You know, because everybody in the strip is starving. I mean, I think there's a good chance that they were prioritizing themselves
Probably.
over the hostages,
I
right?
imagine so, yeah.
Which, like, but again, like,
Oh,
that's
no.
not as bad as deliberately starving a hostage for whatever purposes, right?
No
It's
way.
just
The,
like-
the fucking synagogue attacker's first name is Jihad.
What?
His name's...
No fucking way.
I know. Jihad al-Shami. A 35-year-old...
Oh,
oh,
shit.
well, he was. Obviously, he's dead now. But his first name
I
is
should laugh,
Jihad.
but fuck me, dude.
I'm not
Talk
making
about
that up, chat.
nominative
Look-
determinism.
Yeah, Jihad al-Shami.
Why?
That's mental.
Don't name your kids jihad.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
understand-
Just don't. Exactly.
I understand it means a lot of things. I understand it means struggle, but I don't want my kids to struggle either.
No,
I
yeah,
just want
just
them to do. I
just
want
call
them
him
to
like
be-
fucking Dave. Or I suppose if you were a Muslim about it, like Mo.
Yeah, yeah.
Call him Mohammed. Then just everyone will just call him
Mohammed.
Mo. It'll be fine.
Call him Ali. Call him Kazim. Call him.
Don't call
whatever.
him fucking ISIS. What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Oh yeah, no, there are going to be riots. Yeah, of course there are. Because again, as I pointed out with the police thing, you know, a woman was kicked in the stomach by a rapist and domestic abuser, and the police went, nah, fuck it. The defenders of women and children, apparently not interested in that one. You watch the defenders of women and children come out about old fucking jihad over here.
I don't think it will. It won't be as crazy because children, like, it wasn't that children were killed, it wasn't that
No,
women
no,
were
was there?
raped, it was that a synagogue was attacked. And
That's true.
a lot
the-
of these people
Yeah.
are very much in favour of synagogue attacks. So,
Yeah, yeah,
They-
that's true.
they're
They're
probably
gonna
not
the
gonna
real
be-
hardcore are like, well, I don't like him because he's a Muslim, but he did kill Jews, so
yeah, you know.
so yeah, maybe. Like, ironically, there might be one saving grace there, maybe.
We're probably not going to end up with the same kind of pogroms and race riots over this.
No, I think Greg's is going to be safe on this particular occasion.
Well, most Craigs. Maybe
Most.
one will get ransacked.
True.
But yeah, I don't think it'll be nationwide ridiculousness like Southport.
True. Anyway.
Hostages.
Right.
Because
Who
it was
told you
not. I'm not going to tell you because it was.
Are you saying
You get
Israel
so-
privately said they were going to have just a very specific operation to retrieve the hostages?
We were told.
Are you serious? Because
we
they
were
didn't say that in
told-
public. In public,
No,
they said
of
they were
course
going to
they
destroy
weren't gonna-
Gaza.
And that was why I was not in a position to be able to go onto Newsnight
Right.
and tell the whole
Right.
world that the Israelis were about to go in
Okay.
to Gaza and get the
So
hostages
why
back.
was it that
So
people
that's
like me
why-
took their statements
so
literally and
that's
we were
why-
correct?
So that. Because
Were
you
we
were,
correct?
because I made a mistake because I was told something
Right.
and the
I just made a little genocide oopsie doopsie. What's wrong with that? Well, we can't get something wrong about genocide between friends, really.
Even if all of this is true, cutting off food, water, and power to a civilian population is still a fucking war crime.
Yep.
Like even if they're like, oh well, we're only going to do it for a few days so that we can go in and get the hostages, and you're thick enough to believe them, still, when you're asked on national TV, is it right? Do they have that right to do that? You should be like, no, they
that's
don't.
not okay. That's
Yeah, that's bad.
yeah.
Actually,
You were
Yeah.
allowed to cut off
I like
water and electricity for zero amount of time. That's
Yeah.
That I mean, unless you're doing repairs, in which case sometimes the electricity will be off. But that's not what they were doing.
Sure.
They were just cutting it off wholesale for everybody.
Yeah.
This
yeah.
was not routine inspection work. Okay.
Like she thinks that this is some kind of fucking excuse. It's not. It's pathetic.
Yeah.
It's also
All I'll
just
say
like
is-
really post hoc. Like this is the first we're hearing about it. How fucking long after? Now she feels comfortable to come out and say, "Oh well, there was this secret operation, and behind the scenes we were being told this." Why didn't you say this 6 months ago or a year ago? Like it's been a fucking while now since this happened, and the clips of you saying that shit have been shared billions of times across social media probably by now. That like why is it only when Owen Jones confronts you outside the Labour conference that we're suddenly hearing that this was just a secret 2-day operation to save the hostages?
Well, it's almost like she's making up any old shit. But also, I'd just say to her, tell it to the judge at The Hague, because that's where you ought to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Israelis didn't do it. I'm not going to.
You weren't in government. Who was telling you this? You weren't in government at this
Do
time.
you know what? People are happy.
Oh my
to tell me
God, good
things
point,
that
Owen.
Yeah.
You weren't in government. Who was telling you this? Oh my god. They just lie.
Yeah.
They just fucking lie blatantly.
No, we overheard it because we had a glass to the wall where the Prime Minister was being told by the Israelis. So that's how we heard. Fact. Fact.
confidence because I'm quite good at keeping confidences.
Right, I see.
So when I'm asked this question on Newsnight, I can't say, look, they're closing the borders and they're cutting off the electricity in order to go in.
You justified a war crime.
No, a war crime is starving people.
Yes, which is what they did, which is what they said from the beginning they did, and you supported it.
No.
Yes, you did.
This was on day 3.
Right.
This is on day 3.
Day 3, but they...
It's so misogynist of him to ask, why did you support genocide and starvation? Honestly, can you feel the misogyny?
I mean, he goes pretty hard against Luke Akehurst as well. You know, I don't see a difference in how he's treating.
Misandrist. He's a misandrist as well.
How he treats Akehurst. Misandry doesn't exist, but
he's against the tomato-faced community.
Well, aren't we all?
Yeah. Honestly, he's got the weirdest shade of skin I've ever seen.
Luke Akehurst.
Yeah, it's like his organs are rejecting being inside of him.
I was genuinely struck by how, like, nurgly he looked.
Look,
I have to describe it any other way.
it's just we'll see it in a minute. But he looks exactly. He looks like illness.
He looks like he has just a really bad skin infection.
Not that he has an illness. He looks like the embodiment of the concept of illness. It's
Genuinely
very
kind of
odd.
like bloated and swollen in a sort of sickly way, you know?
Yeah.
Like if you're just horribly infected, or you've been stung by a bee and
He
had
looks
a bad
like
reaction.
he looks like a boil.
He looks about ready to pop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yoav Gallant said that they were cutting off food and water because we're fighting human animals.
And once they started doing that over the long period,
They did that at
then
the
it
beginning.
became, you do not starve someone on day 1, 2 and 3 if you close the
They were
borders.
all-
You
Yes, you do. Again, people do need to eat. Like, you can survive 3 days without food. You can't survive 3 days without water. But, like, that's still starvation. You're still starving them, even if it's only for 3 days. Emily. No? Okay.
know that they were doing that. Israel was doing that for 20 years. They
yes.
kept closing the borders.
And they said we're
And they
fighting
did
human
so.
animals, and they imposed the siege, and now
I'm
people are starving to
telling
death.
you My
Are you going to
answers, and you're
apologise?
not-
Are you going to apologise?
I am explaining to you why I said what I did. But the trouble with you, Owen, is you don't listen.
You like to talk, you don't like to listen.
What do you think about? Do you think Israel's committing genocide? It's something you've been very outspoken about the whole issue. Do you think Israel's committing genocide?
When have I spoken about Israel?
You've spoken about Israel and Palestine.
What the fuck? You, John Matt, when have you ever spoken about Israel?
Yeah, but Owen gets a bit fucked here because he can't provide a specific example on the spot. So he just he berates him for about 5 minutes about how he can't provide an example of him talking about Israel.
But he has many, many times. It's just dishonest.
Well, yeah, Owen puts the clips in later, but it's like it's very
yeah.
I don't know. It's so dishonest, isn't it?
Palestine
When
before?
have I ever spoken about Israel or Palestine?
Have you not?
When?
Have you not spoken about it?
When? You just said I had.
I would say
just
you
said
have.
I had.
Do you not speak about it?
You just said I had.
Okay. What's your view about the issue?
You just said I had.
Okay.
When have I spoken? You've no idea my views or what I do on that.
Okay. Well, what are they then?
You've no idea.
What have I got wrong? What are they?
Well, you said when you. I haven't.
Do you think we're arming genocide? We're providing crucial components for F-35 jets.
I think what we should be doing is making sure there's peace and working with all sides.
Does providing crucial components to F-35 jets, which Israel are using to incinerate babies, does that make peace happen?
I think us working to get peace is a very good thing. The more we do...
I'm sorry, have you just arrived on Earth?
That's not the fucking question.
Exactly. The colour, it has to happen.
The better we do it, the more effective we do it, the more we do it with Palestinians, the more we do it with Israelis, the more we do it with other
What about the
states.
components?
And that's
what about the components for F-35 jets?
And that's what I do.
Sure.
I do my little bit in relation to that, and I'm going to.
Oh, so you have talked about Israel and Palestine then, you dopey cunt.
Yeah, but when, Kevin? When?
Last Tuesday, 3 p.m.
Continue. I don't need to tell you or the rest of the world what I'm doing or how I'm doing it.
Well, you're a lord,
started
actually.
to
You're a
cite.
politician.
No, you started
So
to
you sure
cite.
you do actually
no,
have to
you
do that?
started to cite my views.
No, I didn't.
On issues. Yes, you did. You said you've said
So
this.
you've spoken out about it.
Yeah, but you're wrong.
So you've never
You're
spoken
wrong.
out. You've never spoken out. But if I Google to see that you've spoken, what will I find?
What will you find?
Will I find that you've ever
Google
spoken
and
out?
see.
Okay.
Google and see, and then come back.
Well, why not just tell me now? You're a lord. You can
Google
tell
and
me.
see. You stated.
I said
you
you
stated
said
my opinion.
You said you've spoken about the issue before, which you have.
No, I haven't.
When? You've never spoken.
When?
You've never spoken about Israel.
When? When?
So have you never spoken? Okay.
When?
Let's Google.
No, when?
I'll check.
When?
We'll just check now.
When?
It's easy to check.
When? So this
you
man.
can't. Oh,
So this.
Oh dear.
This is so wild.
Okay, well that's kind of a bit thrifty.
I forgot about this. This was fucking wild.
I hope he breaks into like a freestyle rap. That would be good.
He's busy telling me my views that he's
He
never
kinda looks
actually
the
even
old-
researched.
like the old
I suggest
guy
as a
in,
journalist what he does is he goes and researches
old
my
internet
views
video,
before he
Jesus
comments
Christ,
on
it's
them.
my N-word.
Okay, here we go.
Can I have that back? Fuck off.
No, why?
Can you give me a mic? Come on, John.
Fuck off. Fuck
off, you can't have it.
John, don't be ridiculous. John, give me the mic.
You're busy.
John,
You're busy doorstepping. I'm doorstepping you.
John,
now.
that's not. John, let's not cause a scene. Let's not cause a scene. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
Yeah, but to be fair, that microphone was promised to him 3,000 years ago, so I think he's allowed it. Yeah, and he's trying.
There.
The microphone bit.
Thank you. Sorry, don't do that, John. I'm a journalist. Sorry. He's a lord, but he doesn't like being questioned.
Double standards.
True.
When it comes to Jewish people, double standards when it comes to Israel have no place in the modern world. It is double standards that we see when it comes to anything Israeli. That is a major problem.
The United Kingdom and Israel have had a row over a British court's attempt to arrest former Israeli Foreign Minister Tzipi Livni for alleged war crimes against the Palestinians.
Alleged?
UK Member of Parliament John Mann, who is currently visiting Israel, said that the laws in Britain have to be changed.
And it's become a key part of left orthodoxy that Israel should be demonised and delegitimised. And that needs directly challenging.
He's a lord, right?
I don't accept.
He is a member of the House of Lords.
This morning there was an awful terror attack, which we know. We were talking about jihad earlier.
That's jihad, the person, not the concept.
Yeah. Some folks got stabbed at a synagogue, right? And
yes.
There's one chap who's been doing the fucking rounds, Lord Wolney. Lord Wolney was doing the rounds on various fucking news programs. I wonder if we can get like the video of his conversation with Sheila Fogarty, because I was doing the washing up, I put on the radio, LBC was on, and I was listening to that and I wanted to fucking scream.
What was he saying? Tell us about it.
Well, I mean, he rolled out a whole bunch of the same kind of bullshit, right? Like equating British Jews with the state of Israel and so on.
Which we were told for years under Jeremy Corbyn was the most anti-Semitic thing you can do. You can't conflate Israel with all Jews, except that Zionists love conflating Israel with all Jews.
But Sheila Fogarty was on one as well, basically saying that like the anti-Israel protests are responsible for driving up anti-Semitism in the country, and so on.
How exactly is that the case?
I can't remember an awful lot of what was said now. I just remember a few of the things I was quite mad about. That's why I was like, maybe we could find the video of Sheila Fogarty interviewing him, because Lord Wolney went on all of these fucking things, and Lord Wolney is a serial sex pest. Okay.
Of course, he's a member of the House of Lords. Isn't that like one of the things you have to be?
And a fucking arms lobbyist.
Again, don't you have to be? And
not Jewish. Not Jewish. Interviewed on like 5 separate fucking programs. Not Jewish. Just a random fucking lord who profits from the sale of British weapons to the IDF.
Wow, I wonder how he got onto the fucking media then. That's crazy.
Yeah, fucking wild.
Yeah.
Fucking wild. But like I said, he was fucking disciplined for like sexual harassment not so long ago. So like, what the fuck is he doing in the House of Lords anyway?
That's like one of the prerequisites. You have to be a sex pest to be in the Lords. That's just a fact. You have to. It's a positive plus.
Yeah. Sacked from Labour, resigned from the Labour Party amid allegations of sexual misconduct in 2018.
What a surprise.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm praying for you. Don't pray for me, Tommy. Give me money. In the form of bits and subs and subscriptions and super chats. These are things that one can do. And if we get onto a hype train, I will finger someone who isn't going to be able to take legal action against me. So I won't say Luke Akehurst.
Also, he was very big in he did the May 2024 report on Fuck. What was his report on? Olives.
His report was on Keith Chegwin. I just read that in chat. That's not at all correct. How do I give money? You can do the thing. It says show your support for Kevin Logan. It's at the bottom of the thing there.
Yeah, give money to Kev. Or else
Oh, and give money to give money to No Justice MTG, but this is a different person. Give money to Mix Vivian Wolf, who is also awesome, and you should go and check them out on things.
Chuck me a tenner on my Patreon. I promise I'll spend it on fags or pizza.
I will spend my money on good things and not bad things.
Based. I like good things.
The G word being used
True.
even now.
True. The G word. What a twat.
And nor does the British government.
Even though a consensus of genocide scholars has said this is genocide.
The opinions of some people, not the opinion of the British government.
Well, who do you think we should defer to more?
The British government. I'm a Labour fucking MP. I'm going to...
over genocide scholars?
Yeah, but we should listen to our own government's legal analysis.
Right. So when Yov Gallant said we're cutting off all food and water because we're fighting human animals, you didn't think that was genocidal?
No, I disagree.
You don't think that's genocidal? That's mental. Thank you to Ivan for gifting 10 memberships on the YouTube. Much love. Yes, but I will turn the alert box off because we
oiled like a baby otter.
We don't need oiled like a baby otter 10 times. It is funny.
Like a baby otter.
True.
I think that...
You know, that's from a comedy video about Che Guevara.
Is it?
It is. It is.
I have absolutely no
fine.
idea what it is.
Fair enough.
I didn't know
Many
where
of the
it
things that
came
Israel's
from.
done have not even helped Israel. I think they've been the behaviour has been daft in a lot of circumstances.
That's the most British way of describing a genocide I've ever heard. So their behaviour has been daft. Fucking daft. Yo, that Netanyahu, what a Burke. Really.
What a twat.
Well, no, twat's too horror. That's too harsh. What an absolute sausage. Actually, that's just anti-Semitic. Mentioning a pork product. Outrageous. Thank you to Tommy. I was sort of only joking, Tommy, but thank you. With $9.99, it says praying. Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's lovely.
I did look. I can't find video of it. I could probably find the audio, but it's boring.
It's fine. It's fine. We're moving on to fucking question time soon, anyway. So.
It's been reprehensible in some circumstances. I do not think it crosses the bar.
How would you describe?
Genocide.
How would you describe deliberately shooting children in the head and the chest?
That is quite daft. That is pretty daft when you think about it.
How would you describe that?
I'm just not sure I believe that anyone has deliberately done that.
So why?
Nobody's deliberately shot a single child.
Really? Now, I'll be honest with you, Luke. Now you're the one who's starting to sound quite daft, my friend. Almost like you're an evil
fucking
cunt.
crackpot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like a...
That's not a normal shade of human. Look how crisp and white that shirt is compared to the shade of... I don't even know. Scarlet? What the fuck is that face?
Fuck knows. It's the colour of pigskin.
It's like someone's throttling him, but they're not.
He does look very unhealthy.
Yeah.
He does look like he's about ready to burst.
Yeah.
I have dozens of US-based medics reported, having served in Gaza, that Palestinian children have been shot in the head and the chest deliberately by Israeli snipers.
I don't believe that that's happened.
So why are they saying it?
I don't know.
Why? So you know better than genocide scholars and medical experts, medics who served in Gaza.
Well, I know what I believe.
But it's not based on any facts, is it?
Why? How come I'm in the same point of assessment as the British government is?
The British government is
You're a politician, mate. How dare you judge me for the things that I believe and say? I'm just Luke Akehurst, an innocent member of the British Parliament.
If I'm wrong, how come the government agrees with me?
Yeah, exactly.
Aren't you forming your opinions based on what the government believes? Like, obviously, you're always going to be in fucking agreement with the government, then, aren't you? That was the justification he used earlier, was that this is the government's assessment, so I've decided this is what I believe. And then later, it's like, well, why do you believe? Why do you think that's correct? It's like, well, because the government says it. It's like going back to fucking YouTube atheist times and trying to argue with a Christian about the Bible. Just like, God, why do you think God's real? The Bible says he's real. How do you know the Bible's real? It's written by God. How do you know? Bible says it was.
Exactly.
It's the shittest fucking circular logic.
Yeah.
Legally implicated in the crimes of trying
so
to...
now we're getting to... they're all genocidal, the British government,
But if you arm a
Israelis.
genocide, it makes you complicit. And why did the
Arm a genocide?
Do you think it's...
We stopped arms exports in the summer of last year.
No, we don't.
Are you actually that fucking stupid? They temporarily suspended 6 out of like 200 licenses. Like, what are you talking about?
We stopped all arms sales. Stopped them all.
Look, he sits in Parliament. This man votes on laws that everyone else has to live by.
And this is one of his pet issues as well.
Yeah,
You'd think he'd know a little bit more about it.
Yeah, you'd think so. It's almost as if he knows he's defending the indefensible.
It's almost as if he was in fact parachuted into a seat by the McSweeney clan and owes his entire allegiance and soul to them, and cannot say a word out of line with what he thinks they would want him to say.
Yeah, basically.
We provide crucial components for F-35 jets, and I'm sure you know about the Arms Trade Treaty of 2014. If you provide components for F-35 jets implicated in war crimes or genocide, then you are legally complicit. Do you know that?
No, I don't. Okay, I think we've probably exhausted it. I mean, you're not going to get the answers you want.
Well, I know, but you're a pro-Israel lobbyist. It seems like you don't actually know what you're talking about at all. And you've been very... this is your something.
Okay, flex. Just flex on him. Yeah, at this point, like, he's just going, nope, I don't believe that. Nope, I know better. Nope. So yeah, just flex on him. Just be like, you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about, mate. Fuck it. Like, sometimes there's a point in debating something, and sometimes just fucking rag on a dude.
Wow.
Just fucking rinse him.
You've got a set of opinions, I've got a different set of opinions.
But you don't have any facts, that's the problem. Do you accept it?
Hang on, we need that face again. He's so offended. Hang on. I'm going to centre him, because we need to see the full... Like, he was so annoyed by
So I've
that.
got a different set of opinions.
But you don't have any facts, that's the problem.
Oh, look at that.
He's like, you
little
bastard, you little
fucking
shit.
prick.
How fucking dare you talk to me like that?
If this wasn't on camera, I'd fucking stab you bastard.
I love how nonchalant Owen Jones is as well. He's like, yeah, but you don't have any facts, do you? That's the problem. Like, you fucking absolutely just clowning on
love
the
it.
poor
Love
fucking
it.
red bastard.
Let's go.
Do you accept Israel have committed war crimes? Any war crimes?
I don't know. I don't have enough information to make that judgment, and it's not me.
Really? You don't have enough information? Shut the fuck up, mate. That's ridiculous. Don't... Like, if you want to just say, I don't care, give the hostages back, at least that makes sense. It's despicable and you're a fucking monster, but just saying, I don't know, or you don't have enough information. Why do you talk about
You
this?
can't say you don't care about war crimes, can you?
Well, they'd say, but not just that, but like, why are you talking? Why? Because like he talks out, regularly about how great Israel is. Why? If you don't have enough information, you should probably shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you've certainly got enough information to talk about how great they are.
Or is it that they've got enough information on you?
Well, that's delving a little too far into speculation for me. But who knows? Because they were, as Chat was mentioning earlier, they were bugging Thornbury, weren't they?
Yes, and I imagine the information they found could have been used maybe if they were being cynical, which I wouldn't suggest Israel would ever do anything like that. But if they were to be cynical, they might be able to use that information for compromat purposes, I'm sure.
Oh dear, compromat. that word again.
Me that.
So they wiped Gaza from the face of the earth. They've killed tens of thousands of children, very plausibly. They've attacked every single hospital, every single healthcare system. And you don't think they've committed any war crimes?
No, I don't know which things fall into those categories. So I don't know where.
Wasn't he
exactly
leaving?
The line is drawn.
Well, didn't he want to leave half an hour ago? Why is he still talking? Like he's going to be able to talk Owen Jones out of this?
Because he's been dunked on, and he doesn't know when to cut his losses and leave.
Well, but that's the thing. If you're a person who has the potential to dunk back, that makes sense staying in the fight.
Yeah, he's trying to reclaim some dignity, but
that's the thing. He has no exactly. He doesn't have the oomph within him to be able to do it. So, like, just staying in the fight is, it's a little bit like the fucking Black Knight. Like, your arms and legs have been cut off. Why the fuck are you still fighting? What?
Just a flesh wound.
Come back here, I'll bite your ankles.
He's deliberately starting people a war crime.
I think you're telling me it is.
But do you know?
I don't even know if they can be accused of that.
Well, even though they said they were, in March this year, they said they're not letting anything into Gaza, and they did that.
Yeah, but I disagree with them doing that. That was.
Is it a war
right, but that's a war crime. It's a war crime. The thing you're describing there, or was being described.
Well, he disagrees with them doing that.
Why, if it's not a war crime? If it's not a war crime, it's not a problem. What's the issue? It sounds anti-Semitic to me. Is he being anti-Semitic?
I think he's being anti-Semitic.
What an absolute Jew hater. Honestly, the ADL should get onto him.
Absolutely. Campaign of anti-Semitism. Where are you?
Exactly.
Sorry, I mean campaign against
No, it's not about is it wrong.
Slip of the
Freudian slip.
Slip of the tongue, that's fine. It's fine.
Morally, is it legally wrong to do that?
I don't know. I'm not an expert in international law.
What do you know about?
What do you know?
What do you know?
Do
you know anything?
Yeah, you don't know much about fucking comb-overs, mate, because that's not fooling anyone. That is embarrassing. Oof. At that point, just get rid of it.
Shave.
Yeah. Unless...
It almost looks like a toupee. It looks like a badly fitted toupee.
It does a bit. Unless, you know what, it makes a lot of sense now. You know what's behind that hair, that toupee? It's a krang.
He's
got a krang, that little alien creature from the the Turtles.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And he's got Bebop and Rocksteady with him, and they fight. They fight for crime, I think, was their purpose. I think. Yeah.
I think these were your childhood cartoons, not mine. I sort of vaguely remember.
Fair enough.
Teenage Ninja Turtles being on TV at some point.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Heroes in a Half Shell. Turtle Power. Or is Turtle Power racist now? I don't know.
International law.
So even though your main job was being a pro-Israel lobbyist, which was all about international relations, for years, how long did you work as a pro-Israel lobbyist?
13 years, I think.
13 years. That was your job before becoming an MP, and you don't know anything about anything.
Yeah, I'm just thick, really. Just completely
But I don't think
thick.
you are. I don't think you are, and that's why. You're a member of parliament now because you got parachuted into a seat you had no connection to by your friends on the National Executive Committee. Do you think when it all falls apart for the Labour Party, do you think you're going to have any regrets?
I don't think it is all going to fall apart for the Labour Party. Why would it all fall apart?
Your brand of politics, they pursued it to the letter, bashing migrants, bashing benefit claimants, and people hate it.
I mean, sometimes I wish that my brand of politics was pursued to the letter, but...
If it all falls apart for the Labour Party...
It won't.
It won't?
It won't. Because fundamentally...
No, because we're 20 points behind, and that's a good thing. That means we will win the next election.
You see, look, it's all strategy, okay? It's all tactics. It's actually good to be 20 points behind right now, because we're doing all the difficult things so that we can do the good things later, and everybody will be on our side by the time the next election rolls around.
Yeah, it'd be fine. Nothing wrong with that.
That's what they're telling people right now. That's their Labour line on things, which is insane.
Yeah. Why are they playing You'll Never Walk Alone? Because it was being held in Liverpool.
Yeah, Yeah.
And that's the song that Liverpool fans sing.
Not because that is Labour policy. Labour policy is, in fact, fuck you, you're on your own.
Exactly, you will always walk on your own. Yeah. And if you can't walk because you're in a wheelchair and you're disabled, you're doubly fucked.
Yeah.
So.
Especially if you're disabled. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not if you're an arms lobbyist, though.
No, that's
if
fine.
You're an arms lobbyist.
Exactly.
Well, there's always another empty seat in the House of Lords.
Yeah. I get Labour, but I get Liverpool, but this is Labour 2025. Well, they're just doing a local thing, aren't they? Interestingly, do you know that song comes from the play, the theatrical production Carousel?
Never heard of it.
Well, you are not okay with 1950s classic of the stage, and that is that's
sorry.
that's disgusting. Honestly, get the fuck off my show.
All right. Bad person.
Well, yeah, but for different reasons. That's fine. It's also sung at Celtic. It is sung at Celtic as well. Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
It's been bugging me ever since this twat said earlier. He said, basically, I don't know. I'm not an expert in international law. And there's a question that's been bugging me for absolute weeks, and it's, you remember when David Lammy said, there's not a genocide, right?
Well, he has said that, yes, yeah.
He came out and said, like, definitively,
yeah,
it is the government's position that genocide is not occurring in Gaza. And then a week later, the ICC report came out saying, we believe there is genocide being committed in Gaza.
Yes.
But prior to David Lammy saying that, coming out and saying there's definitely not a genocide in Gaza, the government line was, well, you know, genocide's a very scary word. It's a legal term. I wouldn't like to use a legal term. That's for the international courts to decide whether or not there's a genocide. All I can say is some bad things are happening. You know, that was the line prior to that. Do you think there's any connection between David Lammy coming out and definitively saying there is not a genocide, and then the ICC report coming out barely a week later saying that there definitely is, or that they believe that there is?
No, I genuinely don't think so. I don't think those two things are remotely connected. I think the ICC works on its own timescale.
Yeah.
Like I think that report would have been typed up probably by the time he ever said anything.
Well, no, I mean that's what I mean. Like maybe he had some foreknowledge and he wanted to come out ahead of it.
Okay. Sorry. I thought you meant like did him saying that precipitate them releasing it?
No.
Okay.
I don't think David Lammy has that much.
Well, exactly. That's what I meant. Yeah. Did he foreknow? Possibly. I mean, I suppose he would be connected enough to have, you know, rumblings of what might be coming down the pipeline. Yeah, that's possible, certainly. But it would be very strange for him. Even so, it would be strange for him to come out and say there definitively isn't one, when he knew the report was going to come out and say the opposite. Like, usually they'd hedge their bets and go, you know, we'll let the courts decide or whatever. Like, you don't...
Well, that's what they did for ages. And then a week before the report comes out, David Lammy says there definitively isn't. Like, I know it sounds a bit conspiratorial, and it probably is, but it's just very weird timing.
It is weird timing, and, like, he is stupid enough and politically clueless enough to do it.
Yeah.
So, well, look, it wouldn't be surprising, but there's no... Yeah.
If he's told beforehand the government's position is going to be to oppose or ignore this report, which it seems to be, right, given the motions that were presented at this conference, and how, like, eventually they voted to recognise the report and say that there is definitively genocide occurring in Israel. That's what the party membership have decided.
Yes.
But the government was, like, stopping people from fucking talking or arguing that point, and presented their own proposition, whatever you want to call it, that said that the report said there is a risk of genocide, or there is a plausible risk of genocide or something.
Yeah.
That's not what the report said. The report said there is genocide. We believe there is genocide occurring.
Yes.
Right. But the government misrepresented what the report said in their thing.
Hang on, the Labour government lied about a thing that happened.
Yeah, I know. It's
God.
fucking shocking, isn't it?
Wow, that is unbelievable.
And I suppose the final point of this just this tiny little David Lammy debacle that's really been confusing me is why has literally nobody fucking said anything to him about it in any of the interviews he's done since the report came out?
Because
nobody has said a week ago you said genocide was definitely not occurring, and now the ICJ has determined that it is occurring.
Because they're client journalists, and the British, we don't really have a free press in any real sense.
No, I know.
That's the actual answer. Depressing as that is, it is.
It's so fucking annoying, though. It's such an easy kind of line of attack, right? It's like you said, this definitely wasn't happening.
Well, it's not even. Obviously, people do think of it in that way, as line of attack. But as the media, your job isn't necessarily to attack, but to hold public officials to account for the things they say and do, right? And so it's just basic fucking journalism to be like, oh, you said a thing that definitively isn't true. Would you at the very least like to apologise for that?
Yeah.
You know?
And there's none of that. There's literally none of that.
Well, look how long it took for anyone to give a fuck about the fact that something that we all knew and that we'd mentioned before, that fucking Mandelson was friends with Jeffrey Epstein for years, even after he'd been fucking convicted of pederasty or child rape, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
It's come on now. The British journalists interviewed him many times and never once thought to ask him about that at all. No, they just asked him about, well, how are things going with Donald Trump in America? I bet you're enjoying it, aren't you? It's fantastic, isn't it? Fuck off. Bunch of cunts.
I bet you have some lovely dinners.
Oh, have you been to the White House? Did he take you to the West Wing? Oh, did you reminisce about the time you were both fucking yum-yum pals with a nonce? Pricks. Anyway, yes, by the way, to the person who asked earlier, yes, Carousel the musical, yes. Which is why I mentioned it, because it's strange that a football song would be from a musical. But that's just the way it is.
Anyway, yeah, I'm sorry. I kind of knew the answer is just client journalism. It's been bugging me. It's such a blatant example of the abdication of journalistic integrity and duty.
Well, exactly. Well, it's partly client journalism to the government, but it's also partly Zionist capture of institutions, right? We know that the BBC has been absolutely fucking captured. It's embarrassing. We know that a lot of the media organisations are very fond of Israel, regardless of whether they've been technically captured or not. They're owned by Zionist-friendly business owners, right? We know that Rupert Murdoch loves him a bit of Israel, right? Although he's not technically the leader of that organisation. His son is, and he's basically the same person, but unfortunately younger and less likely to die soon.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's ultimately...
I don't think it's even necessarily just, Zionist. It's just right-wing interests, isn't it? And the right has decided to take a particular...
Well, not Zionist as in, they particularly care about the Greater Israel Project, but Zionist as in actively supporting the state of Israel doing whatever the fuck it likes.
Yeah.
Because Zionism comes in many forms. At the weaker end, there is just some ignorant liberals who think it just means Israel has a right to exist, which obviously isn't real. And then at the far end, it's the rabid fucking crazy bastards who want to kill all Arabs,
Yeah.
And most people fall somewhere in the middle, but generally erring towards at the very least, we need to hold exactly what we have and never give any land back.
Yeah.
Even the bits that we've stolen from the territory we already said was the contiguous fucking Palestinians. Because that's the nonsense of it. 2 states is impossible. Because...
Yeah, there is no contiguous...
Well, there's no contiguous state. They can't have East Jerusalem as their capital, clearly. And about 2/3 of the West Bank is either occupied or semi-occupied, which means about to be occupied. And therefore, there's no state to be had. And the fucking Gaza Strip functionally doesn't exist anymore.
Yep, it's been bombed into the ground.
It doesn't.
It's been rebuilt into condos by Tony Blair, and
if it doesn't have buildings, it isn't a place. It's just some rocks. It's not. It's not a place. So neither part of the two parts of the contiguous fucking state functionally exist as a possible state. So to talk about a two-state solution is farcical. But
also,
they already know that. But it's the kind of salve that the West has been using to pretend like Israel is a sensible negotiating partner in this, and it isn't, and hasn't been ever really.
Yeah.
But anyway, yes. Oh shit! I got rid of the fucking room. One second. Hang on a second. Join. Yeah, apologies, Viv. I clicked. I clicked X.
He didn't even say goodbye. What the fuck?
No, I clicked X on the wrong tab, and it was the tab with you in, rather than the useless Twitter tab that I didn't need anymore. Sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Just caught me by surprise. So I was like, oh,
Okay.
dear.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's listen to this fucking botulism warmed up.
Political positioning is near to where the British people are.
Which is why
we still haven't
only
finished
11% of the population
Oh shit!
have a positive
I should
approval.
probably share that with you, because
Yeah.
otherwise you won't be able to hear the wise words of Luke Akehurst. That is, why have I gone on to that? That's not at all what I meant to do. Oh God, I fucking hate everything.
Luke Akehurst, thus did he speak. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah. He's like gingered Boris Johnson.
Oh God.
The government.
Because governments have to do difficult things, and the point in the electoral cycle...
Right, but government has to do difficult things is like, I don't know, apportioning money to, different research projects, and like realising that you don't have an infinite supply of that money, so, you have to prioritise, not doing genocide. Like, it's transport policy. There are difficult decisions that need to be made, not shall we support the starvation of millions of people.
Yeah.
That's not a difficult decision, really.
Difficult decision.
Which you would want to be behind is now, and you can come back and gloat at me, if we're here a year after losing a general election. But at the moment, we've got more than 400 Labour seats because it turned out actually the strategic viewpoint that people like me had was completely correct.
Well, no, you got
500,000 fewer votes, but yeah, cool, good flex.
That was pretty bad.
33.7% of the vote on the lowest turnout Democratic history because Reform split the vote.
Because, I mean, you know that I don't support first past the post.
No, I know.
But first past the post exists.
You didn't win on the
so
tide
you
of
try
enthusiasm.
to.
You didn't win on the tide of enthusiasm.
Well, we were.
First past the post didn't fucking mean it doesn't stop you from getting more percentage of the popular vote.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like, I don't understand how first past the post is fucking relevant to the fact that you got the lowest share of the vote.
It's not really.
in the history of Labour elections, or at least in the recent history of Labour elections, right? Like, the very low vote share.
20% ahead for most of the 2 years prior to that.
Yeah, but you didn't win by 20 points, did you? What did you win by?
Well, so if we're going to write off the 20% ahead, we can write off the 3% behind on the most recent poll last Thursday.
Or we can say that actually didn't get a impressive vote share, and it's been downhill ever since.
Yeah,
20% behind on the most recent poll last Thursday. What the fuck is he talking about?
What 3% behind? He's behind. You're behind by double digits every fucking time.
Oh, I only read polls that were done by my wife over the breakfast table.
Yeah, exactly.
She asks my children who they'd vote for. Turns out, Reform.
Yeah, I was about to say, and most of them still don't want to vote for me.
3 points behind, right? How many kids does he have as well that you can have a 3% split? I don't know. This analogy.
He's got exactly 100 children.
Hypothetical situation's falling apart right now, but I stand by it.
Yeah, no wonder his blood pressures go through the roof with that many kids. Poor lad. Oh.
We haven't tested it yet in another general election.
Okay.
Let's test it in another general election. It'll be interesting.
Okay. All right. See you in a bit.
He's got a face like a slapped cow.
This is a disaster. I mean, and I think what's striking is there's little realisation in here about just how disastrous things are, about how unpopular Labour is. No government, after being elected, has become so unpopular so quickly. And think back about the sorts of governments we're talking about. And, you know, whether it be, you know, attacks on disabled people and elderly people being construed as mere mistakes, whether it be literally leading members of the Labour Party running away from their record on Israel's genocide in Gaza, the great crime of our age, which they are complicit in, there's denial and there's delusion about the state of this country and the crisis in the world. And the danger is, of course, if we don't get our act together on the left, then it will be fascism. It will be the far right on the rise everywhere. And you...
Well, as we're sort of on the left getting its act together, quote unquote, thoughts on your party?
Well, you know, I've made a few Twitter posts on your party over the period that this has been going on. And my thoughts on your party have pretty much always been, I'm going to stick with Zach Polanski and the Greens, thank you very much. But I'm amazed at how quickly the incompetence has made this shit fall apart. I think Zara Sultana has been like a bull in a fucking china shop doing shit that she absolutely shouldn't be doing in public, even if everything that she says is absolutely correct, right? And it's an old boys club, she's getting frozen out, etc., etc. The answer is not to open up the membership portal and entice people to spend money without the rest of the party behind her in doing that, right? That seems fucking insane to me, and probably illegal. Should be illegal if it's not.
Yeah.
And likewise, I've lost so much faith in and respect for Jeremy Corbyn, and I'm starting to see why he fell apart so hard in 2019, and I'm starting to think that he doesn't really have that much of a backbone, and he's not very good at advancing his own strategy and his own point of view. And he relies on people around him to do that stuff, while he sort of throws out the platitudes and rhetoric and is sort of the figurehead. And it is starting to seem like that is more the case, and that's probably why he lost in 2019, and it's probably why he's allowing the party to be essentially taken over by people who seem to really want to centralize power in what has been advertised as an open and democratic and transparent.
Yeah, well, putting him officially registering with him as the leader is
Little
sus.
odd.
Yeah,
Little sus. And actually,
because you don't need to. You don't even need to put one person. You could put every single member of the six as the joint leaders, or a completely different person not associated with them. You could do anything. This is clearly an anointing of the dear leader, you know, which is just wrong.
I noticed the other day as well. Actually, I got an email on Tuesday. You might have got the same email if you signed up to your party, because I signed up to your party.
I did, but I check my emails about once a fortnight, so I have no idea.
Well, I got an email on Tuesday, and you probably got the same. And it was from Jeremy Corbyn.
Personally? Awesome.
It says Jeremy Corbyn, and then the address is yourparty@secondstreetmessages.com.
Yeah.
And then, but every message that I've got from your party prior has been from your party, same email address, right?
Yes.
I just thought that was strange. I just thought that was... I'm no longer getting messages from the party. I'm getting messages from Jeremy Corbyn specifically. Same email address, whatever, but just, yeah. So it seems to me that they're very much trying to just, you know, shoehorn Jeremy Corbyn in as the de facto leader and El Presidente.
Well, exactly, and having Adnan Hussein as the membership officer guy, like, what, the transphobe landlord? Right, okay, like, so someone who fundamentally is socially conservative and economically conservative is going to be the membership leader of a socialist party.
Yeah.
Right. That doesn't scream positivity to me, considering you have an actual vaguely leftist person who is a woman in the party who you just like completely sidelined.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that's brilliant. Fantastic.
They have. Jeremy Corbyn has managed to absolutely squander the immense outpouring of goodwill and trust that the general public have placed in him, and I am immensely disappointed with the way that he has handled absolutely everything. I'm also disappointed with how Sultana has handled things as well. I think she's been extremely immature about it, extremely reckless. And even if everything she's saying is true, and I absolutely support her in trying to take down the old boys club and ensure that there's a Democratic Party at the end of it, I don't think that her way of going about it is productive, sensible, possibly not even legal. Like I just think it's very, very silly, very childish, very immature. And it frustrates and upsets me, because although all the way through I've been like, okay, I'm going to stick with the Greens. It took a lot for me to switch out from Labour anyway. I'm going to stick with the Greens. If Zach Polanski wins, I'll be very happy with that. If he doesn't, then maybe I'll look at what your party looks like then.
Yeah.
But like, I was very much looking forward to your party being a force in British politics, right? Like, just because I wanted to stick with the Greens, that doesn't mean I wanted your party to fail. I wanted your party to do really well, and for us to potentially have like a situation where like a Green and your party and whatever kind of coalition could potentially do really well, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't see any of these parties like really sort of taking politics by storm in the same way that Reform has. And getting an overwhelming share of the vote, but just a strong left politic would have been so nice. It would have been so nice, and I'm deeply hurt and distressed and upset about all of it, and I'm very, very frustrated that I started hoping, Kev. I almost had a fucking falling out with one of my friends about 6 months ago. He got very angry and very rude towards me for basically saying I think Farage is going to win the next election, right? I said I think Farage has a really good chance of winning the next election, and he got very shitty about it. But regardless, right, I was very doomer, obviously, and I'm still very doomer. But for a moment there, Zach Polanski won. Your party was getting off the ground. Okay, there was that little thing at the start with the, Zara Sultana announcing it maybe a little bit too early or whatever, but we can forget about that, put it behind us, and get on with the job of building a strong left politic in the country. And now I'm just like, I'm so fucking crushed, dude. You made me hope again, and you took that away.
It's the it's the hope that kills you, yeah. Ultimately,
Right?
yeah. Like he really did squander a lot of good faith that people had. I had a lot of time for Corbyn because, I mean, firstly, he's the best of an absolutely awful bunch of parliamentarians, so that's something. And secondly, he's had to withstand such fucking bullshit over the years. Like,
absolutely.
I mean, my fame, the one I go back to is when they accused him of being a spy for Czechoslovakia. Like, just make up any old random shite. Just throw it at him. He was too what was it? He was too power hungry because he wore a tie, and he wasn't. He was too sloppy because the one time he didn't wear a tie, he didn't bow at the sufficient angle. He didn't, all of this wank, and he took it for years and kept plodding along, kept doing his thing. And I thought that takes some fucking balls. That takes some grit and determination. Fair play to him. And also the fact that at the last election he took on the full weight of the Labour Party, because they threw everything they could at that fucking seat because they desperately wanted him gone. They desperately wanted to fucking destroy him, have him nowhere near Parliament ever again. They wanted him to be yesterday's fucking news. And he beat them.
He was bringing it back.
With a grassroots, a genuine grassroots, like local, like getting people from the local council estate to deliver fucking letters for him and shit. Like proper grassroots shit. And I was like, fuck yes, mate. Go on. That was beautiful. Yeah. So, So yeah, I had a lot of love for him, and I was like you say, I was hoping that your party would be something.
Yeah.
Just so, I mean, I don't even give a fuck if they win any fucking seats. Just having, you know, a ballsy leftist out there saying like they're doing genocide. These cunts are doing genocide, and pulling media focus onto the fact that they're doing genocide is a useful thing in of itself. But they've completely fucked it to the point now that I genuinely have begun to dislike the man, and that hurts me. That hurts me because now I'm sort of, you know, thinking like, was I wrong about him the whole time? Has he changed? Have I changed? I don't even fucking know anymore. It's topsy-turvy and madness. But at least Zach Polanski is sort of cool, so I'm down with that. I don't know.
I mean, at least we think he is. Who knows? Maybe we'll be here in fucking 3 years' time saying the exact same shit about him.
No,
I hope not.
No. I'd suck his soul out, mate. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, no, he's a good lad. I joined the party. I thought, fuck it, I'll throw my tuppence in.
Yeah, I joined the Greens.
Yeah.
I joined the Greens. What was it? Beginning of this year.
Oh well, I was a late adopter. I wanted to see how the leadership election would go, and not just that he won, but that he won handily, and to get like a 2-1 vote.
Well, I wanted to vote in the leadership election. So.
Well, no, I specifically didn't want to like.
Skew it.
Taint the voters. Not that it would have made any fucking difference. Obviously, it's one vote, but I just.
Well,
thought,
yeah, I mean, there's that whole narrative
I
about like Corbynistas fucking entryism into the party, and
yeah.
But you can't make that argument with how stonkingly he smashed the competition.
Yeah, no, he won very, very handily. So I was like, okay, they seem like the best gig in town. Especially seems like your party, like the whole portal membership thing hadn't started yet, but. You know, that they'd had the false launch and all this fucking as if they're doing factionalism before you even have a fucking name. Like you can't even do the joke about it being the People's Front of Judea because at least they had a fucking name.
It's the fucking MPs at the top. It's the fucking MPs at the top who are power hungry assholes who can't handle the idea of having something that they don't fully control. You know. And I fucking hate that. I fucking hate that the egos of probably a few men are gonna destroy probably the greatest chance that we have currently for any kind of strong left politic in this country. Like,
this will hurt the left.
Into the fucking dirt.
Yeah,
like,
and it's not even like they're good. Like Adnan Hussein isn't a leftist. He's a fucking joke. Just being right about genocide isn't enough. Like, don't get me wrong, I agree with him. Genocide is bad, and we need to stop arming Israel. But that's not enough to form a political party around. That's like saying forming a political party around. Oh, I like jam on toast.
But again, so here's the thing, right? Like, I can sit here and I can go, these other dudes, they are like surrounding Corbyn, and they're responsible for a whole bunch of this shit. But Corbyn set up the fucking Independent Alliance of MPs. And he invited some of these fucking people in. Yeah, and it just shows that he's a terrible fucking judge of character, clearly.
Well, that's the thing. That it's not just welcome them in. Like, any person that would go and hug Adnan Hussein, I'm sorry, I can't get behind that shit. I thought you were better than this, Corbyn. When everyone else was fucking yinging, you used to yang. And now you're just being a prick as well.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's not just that it's bad for the time being. Especially given that we're currently in the teeth of a fucking future reform government. But this could hurt the left now for decades.
Yeah.
Because this could have been a force. This could have built something worthwhile for the left for a generation as yet unborn. And yet, we're just fucking it up because Jeremy Corbyn's got an ego and fucking Adnan Hussein's got an ego and a fucking portfolio.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. Like, fuck these.
It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Like you say, they haven't even got a fucking name, and they're devolving into power struggles. Like, sit the fuck down. Holy fucking... You haven't even done the founding conference.
Yeah.
Do the fucking conference. Like, what's wrong with you people?
Exactly.
Oh.
Well, like I say, you know, at least the People's Front of Judea had a fucking name.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Embarrassing shit.
Yeah, no. It's very upsetting. That's what I think about it, Kevin. It's very upsetting.
Well, I'm glad I asked. Yeah.
Well, actually, it seems like we're pretty much on the same page.
Opportunity to air that, get that off your chest. Yes, No Justice will be joining us shortly.
Okay. Do you want me to fuck off or?
No, you can stay. You can leave. You can jump in and out, shake it all about, do the hokey cokey, etc. It's entirely.
I don't get to watch. I don't get to watch Question Time that much anymore. So
well, you do get to. You choose not to. You have access to television.
Well, technically, no.
What do you mean, no? Well, okay, let's not do this live. Let's say you legally have access to television.
I legally have access to television.
There you go. Don't record yourself admitting to crimes. That's a silly thing to do.
Well, I mean, okay, look, I'm not watching. I'm not watching it though. That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Okay, basically I don't watch that much Question Time anymore, and
Fair enough, but you would be. It would be perfectly legal if you did.
Well, yeah, of course it would. Yeah. Scratch the rod. But like we will. Yes, I'd like to watch Question Time with you guys if you don't mind. I might have myself a drink while you catch up with NJ and get started or whatever, and then
by all means, by all means. Don't forget, if you're enjoying the content, and boy would you not be, we've had solid political banter. Over the last 10 minutes.
Had a lot of Vivian whining about shit.
Yeah, but that's beautiful. I thought you were very erudite and passionate, and that's a glorious combination. You can give Viv money because she was better than me at this. You know, on Patreon, is that the thing you've got, or coffee or something? I don't know. What have you got?
Yeah, I've got Patreon. Wayward usually links it in the chat.
Go and check them out. And you can also give me money in the form of bits and subs and YouTube messages and things, memberships. These are the things, you know.
Kev works very hard.
Not really.
He streams very regularly.
I stream regularly, but that's not quite the same as working hard.
I don't know. It's more than I managed.
Well, true, but you're a lazy fuck. No, I'm joking.
I am not a lazy fuck. I put work in. I just I don't know. I don't know how I don't know how you manage booting up the stream every day and still having shit to talk about. Most of the time when I streamed, I wouldn't stream. I'd stream twice a fortnight, once a week, right? And I'd only really stream when I had something that I wanted to talk about. You know.
Well, I want to talk about everything. That's the thing. I want to be able to talk about everything because for me, as much as this is obviously entertainment for other people, it's also sort of catharsis, therapy for me.
Yeah.
I need to get this out. I need this is an outlet for me, you know? This is me trauma dumping, chat, okay?
Entirely understandable.
Yeah.
I mean, what with the way politics currently is, you need some kind of outlet, don't you? I speak to my therapist about politics sometimes.
Do you? Oh, God.
Because we're both quite lefty, and I'm actually having therapy for a completely different fucking reason. I have a pretty bad anxiety disorder, so I get therapy for that. But we're both very lefty, and we're both very fucking pissed off with the way things are going. So while I'm doing some exposure therapy and giving myself a deliberate panic attack, sometimes we just have rants about how shit the fucking government is. So that's helpful.
That's fair.
And if you're going to rant to anybody about something like that, it should probably be a therapist, right? So
exactly, because legally they can't tell on you.
Legally they can't, unless I directly threaten to kill somebody or hurt myself. Yeah.
Like if you were to say you wanted to gut the Metropolitan Police.
That is not me threatening to kill anybody. That is me saying I want...
You said it. I
want the institution to be hollowed out. I want the policemen to be fired, not murdered. Okay?
Okay, I'm just saying that I'm glad you clarified that.
I did. I feel like I did at the time, and I feel like
I gave you the opportunity to clarify.
To re-clarify. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Well,
so
I
now you're
appreciate
doubly
that, I
not
suppose.
guilty of the very illegal thing.
The very illegal thing,
Yes.
which, to be fucking clear, I did not do, and Kevin is taking out of context.
Well, look, we'll let the judge decide. Okay.
Fucking.
Exactly. You want them fired out of some sort of cannon?
I want them to lose their jobs. I want them to not be policemen
and
anymore.
starve to death, presumably, and their little children.
I think they can probably find another job, even if they don't deserve one.
Oh, the local cop babies.
I think most policemen don't deserve to have children.
Most police officers are probably domestic abusers.
I think if you are a domestic abuser, your children should be taken away from you.
Yes, I also agree with that. Yes, indeed. Thank you to Lamp Boob, which, by the way, incredibly impressive name. It says, that's really impressive, actually. Knowing a panic attack is coming certainly doesn't help in the short term, but good on you for pushing through it. That's to you, I presume.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, it does exposure therapy is probably some of the worst shit I've gone through in my entire life, aside from the actual illness that it's trying to treat.
Does it help?
It is horrible. Yes.
Okay.
It does. It does. But it's also just like... I don't...
And do you do the gradual exposure or the extreme exposure?
Gradated exposure therapy, yeah. So it's like a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. But eventually a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more becomes quite a lot.
Yeah.
You know, so...
But hopefully
yeah.
your threshold goes up with it and all of that sort of thing.
That is the idea, but I think the flaw in the theory is that you are going to be on a constant upward trajectory, and mental health just doesn't work like that.
No,
you have good days and you have bad days, so you might have, several months where you're feeling quite on top of things and you're making a lot of progress, and then you have a month where your anxiety is just peaking constantly, and all of a sudden you're way out of your comfort zone, and those can be some pretty trying times for sure. But we work on it. We work on it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're at least you've got therapy. That's something.
Yeah. I mean, it only took me like about 18 months on a waiting list.
Well, that's a lot longer than a lot less than I had to wait to get nothing. I put myself down for it years ago, and technically, I suppose I'm still waiting. I never cancelled it. They just stopped.
Oh well, that sounds like me and the fucking gender clinic. Like, yeah. I got fucking referred to Charing Cross in 2010.
Charing Cross?
Wait, is it Charing Cross? Yeah, Charing Cross.
What the police station?
No, the gender clinic.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Or is it King's Cross? King's Cross, Charing Cross.
I don't fucking know.
Oh, you've made me doubt myself
One
now.
of the crosses. I don't know.
But yeah, I got referred there. Yeah, Charing Cross is a gender. Thank you, Johnny and Jordan.
Just because we were talking about Charing Cross police station earlier, so I was confused when you said you were referred to Charing Cross.
Charing Cross, in all fairness, is a place with multiple things in it. So, like,
true. Okay.
You can have a police station and a gender clinic.
No, it can't.
And a fucking greasy spoon and a kindergarten.
There's definitely
and
not a greasy.
People fucking live there as well.
Definitely not a greasy spoon.
I'm pretty sure they have a train station.
They do have a train station. There's definitely not a greasy spoon. There's no way a greasy spoon can afford to exist with those kind of rent prices. All of the decent, sort of cool little shops and stuff don't exist in central London anymore. Fact.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Charing Cross Hospital. Yeah, I presume it does probably have a hospital. I don't know. Are there other things in Charing Cross? No. No, there are not.
There's nothing. There's just a greasy spoon, a police station, a gender clinic, and a kindergarten. That's it.
Sounds like a very strange start to a joke.
Do we call them kindergartens over here? We don't, do we? We call
no.
them
What are you doing?
What
fucking
are they called?
yank.
Preschool somethings.
Nursery?
Nursery! That's it. That's what we call them over here.
Yeah.
I don't fucking know. I don't have children, and it's been quite a while since I went to a nursery. So,
fair.
I forget.
Well, you should have gone to the Charing Cross nursery, because that probably exists.
Oh, I would do if I had any cause to be in the area, but the gender clinic never messaged me back.
Oh, well, there you go. Didn't the Charing
That was a
Cross...
good callback, wasn't it?
It
Do you like
wasn't.
that? Do you like how we made a circle there?
I see what you've done.
Yeah,
Didn't the Charing Cross Gender Clinic close down, apparently?
I don't know. I don't know.
No idea. Maybe that's why they didn't get back to you.
I mean, it's been 16 fucking years. Like, if they did close down, it's only been in the last, like, 3 or 4.
Well, maybe the post is just very, very slow. I'm sure it'll get to you in no
austerity,
time.
innit?
Yeah, exactly. No Justice will be with us in just a second. She's setting up or something.
Like I say, when she joins, I'll say hello quickly and then fuck off to make a cup of tea, and I'll pop back after I've had a cup of tea and a wee, probably.
Well, why don't you go and do that now, and then you'll be ready by the time she gets here.
Yeah, if you'd like me to, I can do that now.
Yeah,
it's up to you. I didn't want to leave you.
No.
Like,
I'll chat to
stuck for content.
I'll
you know.
I'll
I
chat
know how
with people.
boring your streams are without.
They are incredibly
So-
boring. Yes, this is true.
All right. Okay. I'll be back in 5.
Okay, see you in a minute. So then, chat. A Charing Cross Clinic is a documentary, a change of sex from the 80s. TERFs wouldn't like that title, probably. We will be doing questions. I've got question time lined up. Don't you worry. Question time is ready and raring for us to go. It's from Bedworth, which is a place. So I'm led to fucking believe. And we'll be doing that in just a second with No Justice of the MTGs and Mix with Wolf. So, yeah. Yes. So, where are we? Thank you to Did I say Scrubby? I think I already said Scrubby. Yeah. Viv's got sass every night. Whenever Viv's on, she's always fucking sassy. Is Kev wearing the Wolves home shirt tonight? No, he fucking isn't. It's just a yellow t-shirt. Oh, how did the football go? And I usually watch, but I didn't tonight. So we'll see what the results were. Oh, Celtic lost. That's shit. At least tell me Rangers lost. Hey, they did. Whoopa! Away at Sturm Graz, which is the team supported by Arnold Schwarzenegger, in case you didn't know. Lol. What were the other results? Oh, the Scum one. Nuts Forest lost. Jesus Christ. And are there any other results I give a shit about? Ultimately, no. No, there are not. Okay. Oh, that's Billy Bragg. That's... What the... Oh, for fuck's sake.
For tonight's question time, we've come to Belfast.
Oh, so that's the one I want. I don't want fucking the one with Billy Bragg. We watched that last week. Yeah. Yeah, Villa did win. That's annoying. Was it when they had the CPGB guy on? What? The Communist Party of Great Britain? What? When did they have that on? What are you talking about? My dad thought Viv was Julian Clary. Oh no. Well, let's keep that between us and not Viv, shall we? Oh, you were talking to someone else. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Don't forget, everyone. You can give me money. Although the last 5 minutes have been shit, so you don't need to really, but you can if you wanted to. That is a possibility. It is allowed. Unlike saying that you support Palestine Action, which is of course illegal. But donating to me is not illegal. Until I get prescribed as a terrorist organisation, and then you won't be able to fund me legally anymore. Unless you're all of North America arming the IRA for fucking 40 years. Which, by the way, is exactly what happened there. Literally, like, it was donations from America that essentially funded the IRA for many, many years. Hello there, Helena.
Fuck me, this took ages. Right, let's go. How are you doing?
I'm very well. We're going to be joined by Viv at some point as well.
Excellent. We love to see it.
So yeah, let's kick it.
For tonight's question time, we've
Just
come
get my
to
stream on, one sec.
Hang on, it would help if I shared the right screen, wouldn't it? Because I wasn't doing that. Boom. How was where were you at? You were
watching Mark Steele.
Was he good?
It was very funny. He did a really good Ken Clark impression, which I felt like I was the only person who laughed at it.
Oh, okay.
Which was very sad because, you know, you'd have thought the kind of boomer Mark Steele audience would love a good Ken Clark impression, and no one laughed apart from me. And I was in hysterics because it was literally perfect. It was a perfect Ken Clark impression.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. It's not really 2025 material, Ken Clark impressions, is it? It's a bit more 1995, really.
He was an MP up until 2019.
Well,
right?
he was, but like he hasn't been relevant for quite some time.
No, that's true. That's true. But
And now he's barely alive.
He's such a very specific kind of meter of talking, like the way he intonations, the end of the sentence, like this. But he got it absolutely perfect.
Oh, nice.
All right.
Oh, hello.
How are we doing?
I was just thinking about that. You remember what was that show, like the early show that Simon Pegg and Nick Frost did? Yeah, what was it called?
Spaced.
Spaced.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, I was on the tip of my tongue. I was like Snatched, something. Spaced. You remember that lady?
So,
my friend said I sound just like a fucking Margot. So, all right, Brian. That lady.
you are. It is a little bit, yeah.
And I was like, I didn't know whether to be insulted or complimented because she's kind of cool, really.
She's a queen. What are you talking about? Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Anyway.
Who's cute boyfriend?
Exactly.
What more could you want?
Right. Question time. Shut the fuck up.
Marsha.
For tonight's question time, we've come to Belfast. Our audience reflects the electoral picture across Northern Ireland. Welcome to Question Time on BBC iPlayer and Sounds.
Bam, 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 bam. It is a fucking banger, the opening theme, isn't it?
It is good.
On tonight's panel, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Hilary Benn. He's a Labour Party veteran, having been an MP since 1999 and served as International Development Secretary in Tony Blair's government. For the Conservatives, Alex Burkhardt is the shadow Northern Ireland Secretary. He's the MP for Brentwood and Ongar in Essex. John Finucane is the Sinn Féin MP for Belfast North. He also served as the city's former Lord Mayor and is a human rights lawyer. The DUP's Director of Elections and Campaigns is Jonathan Buckley. He's the youngest person to represent the party at Stormont and says it must become Northern Ireland's party of common sense. And Aoife Moore is a columnist for the Irish Times and author of The Long Game Inside Sinn Féin, a warts-and-all portrait of the party's recent history.
Kind of an unfortunate week to go to Belfast, given that basically everything important is happening on the mainland.
True,
Yeah.
true.
Like, no, who gives a fuck what's happening in Northern Ireland right there? At this exact moment, it's basically the Met Police in Manchester.
That is true.
Who gives a fuck about Stormont? Well, they're actually sitting, to be fair, which is rare, so I'll give them that much.
Good evening. Welcome to the programme, welcome to our panel, and welcome to our audience here in Belfast. Very good to see you. Thank you for coming and spending your evening with us. We're going to...
Someone asks if you're going live on your channel at all.
I am live on my channel.
Oh, you are? Okay, well, there you go. The answer has been given.
I'm sure that is literally somebody asking you, Kev, can you tell me which way the Helena is?
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. No, I assume everyone's going to leave me and go over to the much better channel, yes.
I mean,
that's
the
fine.
thing is, even if that were the case, that somehow I was objectively better channel, which isn't true, then they'd still hear me. They'd still hear me on your channel, Kev.
No, but the point is, you put effort into the presentation of this. Whereas I don't, and am definitively a monkfish. So, it's...
I mean, I don't have my camera on tonight, because I've just rushed into the house, so... it's just a static photo of me.
That's fair enough. It's still gorgeous. Nothing wrong with that.
I don't have my camera on because I'm sat in my underpants eating Doritos.
I mean, slay.
Fair enough. Yeah, that is a serve.
Just a moment, but before we do, I just want to...
Is it possible to turn up question time at all?
No.
Okay.
No, it is not.
The terrible events that have taken place in Manchester today with the attack on a synagogue, I'm sure you know about. It's been all over the news. 2 people have been killed, along with the alleged attacker. 4 people are in hospital. Horrifying.
I mean, I suppose we should mention it. Thoughts, everyone?
Oh, it was always going to happen eventually.
Yeah.
It was always going to happen eventually, right? Not only is there lots of genuine anti-Semitism going around in this country at this point, but on top of this, we've been being told for the last 2 years, almost 2 years at this point, that anything to do with the state of Israel is immediately linked to the Jewish community, even though every anti-Zionist has been pleading that that isn't the case. And so anti-Semites who have genuine anti-Semitism have used that as an excuse to try and lump in Jewish people with what Israel is doing, when of course you shouldn't be doing so, right? And that's both sides, both the anti-Semites and the fellow-Semites have been doing this from day fucking one. Like, it was only a matter of time before something like this was going to happen.
I hate to bang the same drum over and over again, but...
What is going on with your fucking microphone, firstly? What is happening there?
I don't fucking know. What?
I don't know. It's making weird, like, fuzzy echo noises or something.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Hello?
Did that help?
That has not made a slight difference. Just carry on.
Motherfucker. Okay. I hate to bang the same drum, but it's Zarqawi method all over again, right? The attempt to make a population in foreign countries feel that their only saving grace is the homeland trying to be created for them by their fucking organization. In the case of ISIS, obviously the Islamic State. In the case of Israel, obviously Israel. And so the narrative where they conflate British Jews with the state of Israel, and therefore try to make them responsible for the Israeli state's terrorism and genocide, is naturally eventually going to result in violence against British Jews. And it's not acceptable, it's not good, it's horrible, it's awful, but we need to stop what Helena Jackson just said. We need to stop equating British Jewry with the state of Israel, because that is anti-Semitism.
Yeah, indeed.
Literally, exactly, 100%. You're absolutely right. That is the reality of this situation. People will not want to hear it. People will not want to hear it. Like, they'll try and say, well, you can't victim blame. But this isn't victim blaming, right? This isn't about the actual people who are attacked. This is about a broader political narrative that's being spun here. And you say, well, you can't just make an excuse for people who do engage in violent acts. I'm like, well, no one's trying to excuse no one's saying that it's good, or that what they were doing that they were somehow confused. I'm like, no, there is a political choices that could have been made so that these were less likely to happen, and those choices were not made. Right? It's very easy to be able to see the through line of the reality here.
Yeah. Also, just a quick sort of, generic message, but also very pointed. Fuck Zionists. Like, they're literally out here being like, see, it was the British government recognising Palestine. What made this happen? Like, motherfucker, you've got Jewish bodies that are not even cold, and you are exploiting them for all you can, you sick cunts. Like there is something wrong with you. Your brain is broken. Stop.
Horrifying attack. Hillary.
It's simply appalling, and tonight we need
also,
to
like,
hold the.
What's the fucking point? What is the point in going round the panel and everyone going, "Oh, isn't it terrible?" Yeah, we know it's terrible. Well done. Like, we hate it when people die and they get attacked for no reason by sick people. Like, what else is there to say?
Yeah.
I was so annoyed by all the comments. Sorry, just a sec. I was so annoyed by all the comments that I was seeing on social media, just like one after the other. This fucking boilerplate. I condemn the violence. It's like, why do we need to say that? Why do we need to say I condemn the violence? Obviously, you condemn the violence. The only reason you could think of for people having to come out and say I condemn the violence would be if there was any reason to think that you wouldn't condemn that violence, right?
Exactly. Like, I assume you're not also in favour of random, like, murder or fucking grave robbing or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I assume you're not a mental case until you prove me otherwise. You know?
Yeah, it's just become a trope in British politics.
So
ever
weird.
since-
Well, it's
ever
this.
since
It's
the
yeah.
Hamas
It's,
thing.
well,
It's like
yeah.
if
Oh, you
anything
condemn?
happens-
Do you condemn Hamas?
Yeah.
No,
if you don't
no.
say you
Actually,
condemn it instantly,
like,
we're just going to assume that you support it. What?
yeah. Like, what are you expecting me to say? Oh, yeah. You know that prescribed terrorist group? No, they're fucking awesome. No, of course I fucking condemn it. Like, why is that a thing?
Anyway, if you did,
You what? Sorry.
it'd be illegal if you said that.
It'd be illegal to say I support Hamas. That would be illegal
Yeah.
to say because they're terrorists. Yeah, yeah. It's fine.
They are prescribed terrorist groups.
They literally, and they're exactly the same as Palestine Action. Exactly. And Boko Haram and fucking Al Qaeda and Bardem
Maniac
Murder
Murder Cult.
Maniac Murder Cult. I was about to say who they put on the same fucking bill.
Yeah. Awesome.
Nothing dishonest about that.
No. I, for one, think that the British government did not massively overreact and use this for political purposes at all. No.
Families of those who died, those who are injured, in our hearts. We need to express solidarity with them because the Jewish community all over the country will be really frightened tonight about what happened earlier today in Manchester. I was in touch with the Chief Constable earlier today about security arrangements. You may have seen what the Prime Minister said about stepping those up. This is a terrible moment, and especially on this very special day for the Jewish faith, Yom Kippur, which is all about atonement and repentance. It's just so shocking. And we need to come together. We mustn't be divided, we must come together.
Alex.
Well, thankfully you're in Belfast where there's never been any religious division. So, it's fine.
And it is kind of funny. It is kind of funny to be like, isn't it terrible in this sectarian violence? You're surrounded by people from the DUP.
Oh, no,
Sinn
yeah.
Féin.
Well, I love the great Frankie Boyle line he said, was it when the Glasgow attacks happened on the airport? And he said, imagine that, the Muslims the Al-Qaeda trying to bring religious war to Glasgow. He said, you're 600 years too late, lads. You haven't even got a fucking football team. A fair point.
I just think it's absolutely enraging and depressing. This terrible sense that this has happened again. This dreadful idea that there are families in Manchester going home this evening knowing that they will never see those people again. And it's heartbreaking. And there can be no justification for this, no excuse for it. This is something.
Oh yeah, because loads of people saying there was.
The details.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Like, this is... essentially, it's sort of meaningless. Even though it does mean something, of course. It's essentially, he might as well just be opening his mouth and white noise comes out. Because you know, it's just, this is bad, and we feel sorry for the people with the bad thing happened to. Yeah, like...
It's inexcusable, there's no reason for it, and there's no defending it, and I'm like, yeah, who's defending it? Literally,
nobody's defending it, but there is absolutely a fucking reason for it.
Go on.
Oh, well, it's what we said earlier. It's the continuous conflation of British Jewish people with the actions of the state of Israel. It makes it paints a fucking target on their backs because you're essentially accusing them of being complicit in war crimes, genocide, and terrorism. Like,
people are doing
that
dual
makes them-
loyalty
that
tropes,
puts
but
them
in both
danger.
directions.
Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't help that the guy was called Jihad as well.
We found that out during the fucking stream, and I was like, "Oh
That's
God!"
a piss take. My name is Jihad Al-Bom. You know, like what the fuck is this?
There's all of the hallmarks of anti-Semitic extremist terrorism. and,
Whoa!
we have to drive it.
Let me stop you there, Alex. You're saying that a murder attack at a synagogue might have been anti-Semitic or terroristic. Wow, you are very perceptive.
Yes.
All the hallmarks, indeed, of attacking Jews for being Jews through murder. That the anti-Semitic terrorism. You have really sussed this one out.
Well,
You should head up our counter-terror police.
I was about to say, why are the Met even bothering to investigate? Get old fucking Sherlock on the case here. He's nailed it.
We cannot have this in our society.
John.
I welcome the opportunity to make our collective thoughts known.
Now we're going to hear people from both sides of the divide in Northern Ireland say how terrible religious-based violence is.
This is going to be fun.
This is... Okay, I'm just saying, they're not going to be wrong in what they say. Just some of the background to these political
They might be
parties
hypocrites.
is a little bit... a little bit like they've got no legs to stand on. Or at least no kneecaps with which to stand.
Beginning of the programme tonight, it's a horrific attack. My thoughts are with the families of those who have lost loved ones today. It was an exceptionally cowardly attack, and I want to pay tribute to the emergency services who responded. We don't know all of the details yet, but it certainly appears that members of the public acted in a fashion that was not just selfless but brave, and possibly ensured that we weren't dealing with an even bigger tragedy than we already are. But it is important that on a day like today and in the time ahead, that those in a position of responsibility think about their rhetoric, about their language, because there will be people out there who are feeling vulnerable, who may not be directly impacted by the attack in Manchester, but are attacked indirectly as a result of this. And I think that unification of message is incredibly important, and I think it's more than right that we all take that opportunity tonight to do so.
It truly is devastating. Can we begin for one moment just to think about the pain and the anguish that community in Manchester is feeling right now? Those that perhaps prevented further death.
Okay, this person can't be in the DUP. He looks like a person. He looks like a human. So he can't be in the DUP.
Does he? His face looks like it's been stitched on by AI.
Well, he looks like a vaguely normal sort of a chap.
Oh, he looks still alive. He looks like that he has the actual kind of functioning limbs.
Yeah.
Unlike most members of the DUP, who either look like they're basically dead, or there's that one lady who genuinely looks like a corpse.
She looks like a Walt Disney woman villain character from the 60s.
Maybe it's just me, but it seems like his face is tilted one way and his head's like tilted the other way, like it's tilted up.
Oh, well,
straight.
okay. But I mean
know.
like by the standards of the DUP. Have you seen the kind
Oh yeah,
of
by
fucking
the standards of the DUP, but they're all fucking quasi-human swamp monsters.
Well, exactly, that's what I mean. Where did they drag this person from? Like he looks like a person you would just see in the street.
I'm telling you, they stitched a human face on one of the swamp monsters and sent him out.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
What they did.
Okay, this is oh no, which one of the DUP did they send here? I don't know. God Almighty!
At the synagogue, those that have the anguish of going home to a family home with somebody missing from the dinner table, I think it's truly shocking. There is a real sense of vulnerability, and I know.
Oh, I missed.
well
Oh,
because-
sorry, everyone. I missed because I had my fucking alert box turned off. Thank you. Oh fuck, what happened? Wayward Historian for gifting a sub to Maria End. Thank you, Eric, for resubscribing. Thank you, main captain. We're on a hype train. If we get to level 2,
it's a fucking hype train.
We get to level 2 of the hype train. I will finger Ian Paisley Senior's corpse.
Very topical.
Exactly. That's the kind of swamp monster we're used to at the DUP.
is that there's a small Jewish community in Belfast, and they have been subject to relentless attack over many years, and sometimes it can be low level, but in other cases they've had their headstones defaced, they've had anti-Semitic rhetoric online and in person, and when I speak to them over this past few years, it has been, we simply just feel like we have to keep our heads
And
down.
nobody asked for a fucking
And
speech.
I think that's disgraceful. And ultimately, the shocking scenes on our TVs tonight will build that sense of vulnerability right across the UK. And we need to demonstrate by our actions and our words that we stand in full score of solidarity with our Jewish neighbours in the United Kingdom. They deserve that at the very least. In Northern Ireland, we know all too well what terrorism does to communities, to families.
Trust me, we used to do it. Yeah. We know all about that.
To those involved in the aftermath, the law enforcement, and right now, my thoughts are primarily with those affected, but be assured we'll continue to be with you in the days ahead.
Yeah, just to add to that, you know, I think we know better than a lot of places what political violence does in this part of the world. And I was really taken with the early reports I read today that members of the public and the security that were there at the synagogue intervened to help each other. Manchester itself is not a stranger to political violence and terrorism. And what we saw over the last number of years in the wake of
Any instances of political violence and terrorism coming from your part of the world to Manchester? Did that ever happen? At all? Okay.
those terrorist attacks was a community that really
To be
stood
fair,
together.
they did get a nice new shopping centre out of it. So
It's true, and with our new shopping centre is pretty good.
it is pretty solid.
And I think community is what's going to save us all. And I think, you know, to be going to temple or synagogue on a holy day, and I think there's a certain level of cowardice in someone who would carry out that type of disgusting act. But I really believe in the people of Manchester, and my thoughts are very much with them today.
Let's take our first question, which...
Fair enough. That was basically a waste of time. Like, don't get me wrong.
Thoughts and prayers.
Look, yeah, they were all, everything that everyone said was basically true, but absolutely fucking pointless. Thank you, Wayward Historian, for 1312 randomly numbered bitties. That could mean anything. Who knows?
We're on level 2 of the hype train.
We
You've gotta
are.
Finger the corpse of Ian Paisley now.
Not for the first time. I must have fingered him before. You know, he didn't save Ulster from sodomy.
I'm pretty sure you have.
He promised he would save Ulster from sodomy, and frankly, it's sodomy 1, Ulster 0.
is from Paul Gray.
Why do the government and left-wing politicians continue to call concerned citizens far right when the vast
It was going to be
majority
about
of
immigration, wasn't it? I knew they were going to get onto the immigration.
we never talk about immigration in this country, ever. It's never happened, ever.
The Irish far right are proper getting out of hand with it as well.
Yeah, I know.
Right, you think it's bad over here?
And
Also, why are the government and left wing? Shut the fuck up, you bitch. Sorry.
Why are the lefties calling us righties, writers? What? Okay.
Yeah. What really tilts me is that they must know surely that it's not the entirety of anybody who has concerns about migration being called far right or racist, right? Keir Starmer stopped short of even calling Nigel Farage racist. He just said the policy was racist because it is.
Yeah.
And
they beat up a fucking hotel worker outside of Epping. Like, was that just concerned citizens? They were chasing some poor lad down the road because he gave an interview to a TV station. I don't know which one it was off the top of my head, but they were chasing him down the road, calling him a paedophile because he was like, I don't think this is right. I don't think people should be protesting outside of here, right?
Like, if you needed any evidence that collectively there was a racism problem, then there wouldn't have been an entire crowd of people kind of intently listening to someone talk about their grooming story, only then to boo her off the stage when she pointed out that it wasn't a brown person. Like, if you're deliberately only interested in stories about grooming gangs from people whose race you dislike, maybe you're a racist.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Concerned about illegal immigration.
Right, so we mentioned rhetoric already. Hilary, let me come to you. Obviously, Keir Starmer at the Labour conference today referred to a policy of reform as a racist policy when it comes to immigration.
No.
I mean, racist, far right. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do, because if you look at what Reform has proposed on indefinite leave to remain, because controlling migration is absolutely right and proper. It's something the government is committed to, which is why we are making changes to the immigration system. That is one thing, tightening up the rules for settlement and so on. It is completely different to say to people who have lived in this country for a long time, paid taxes, worked, contributed, that their right to remain in Britain, we gave a promise, could be taken away from them and they could be deported. And when people think about it, who do you know who has indefinite leave to remain? It could be the carer who's looking after your ill mother. It could be your neighbour. It could be an in-law. It could be the doctor who treated you at the hospital. And I think it is an immoral policy, and the Prime Minister was right, quite right to call it out, because it is in the end divisive. And as
also, it was very funny to...
It's immoral because it's divisive? Or is it immoral because you're going to fucking oust, what is it, fucking 600,000 people? Is that how many it was? There was
Something
six in
like
there.
Just
600,000 people from their homes and fucking deport them because they're the wrong skin colour or they were born in the wrong country, even though they've lived here for like fucking years upon years.
Yeah, as always, liberals only understand tone and not content. It's divisive. It's bad for the discourse. I'm like, I mean, that is obviously true, but I think the real problem here is the actual material outcome of such a policy, which would be, as you say, deporting a bunch of people out of their homes where they've built a life for themselves. That's the immorality here. Also, worth pointing out too, the original question was about concerns about irregular migration. And I'm like, well, you're now talking about...
Well, I think they said illegal migration. Sorry, Helena. I don't think they're talking about the irregular migration. Surely, if they were talking about irregular migration, they would have said irregular, not illegal, because irregular migration's not illegal.
It's true, especially if one claims asylum. If you're either irregular means they claim asylum, it isn't. They were only talking about those who outstay their visas. That's this very specific thing that they were talking about.
But it was funny to see Farage piss his pants at the tiniest bit of pushback. The man who inspired terrorist attacks because of people reaching their breaking point now thinks that violence is going to be inspired by Keir Starmer. Nothing is inspired by Keir Starmer. The fact that Keir Starmer has come out against you is... And no one's going to be like, well, the Prime Minister doesn't like him, so I'm going to go and shoot him. No one gives a fuck about Keir Starmer has to fucking say about you prick.
Literally,
Christ. Also, as someone quite rightly points out in chat, if Tony Benn hadn't advocated the bombing to fuck out of Syria, maybe we'd have fewer Syrian migrants that would need to be dealt with. Less of a problem, really, when you think about it. Just saying, Hillary.
Hard to argue.
We've just discussed in the wake of the terrible events in Manchester today, there are enough people out there who want to divide the nation, and we should be trying to bring people together and have a sensible debate about the difference between proper controls on migration and not breaking the word that we've given to people about their ability to continue to contribute to this country.
The question was asked about concerned citizens, not about reform, but about concerned citizens, which there is a vast majority that are concerned about...
Well, hang on a minute, pause. Okay, but your question was about the government calling people with concerns far right or racist. The government haven't done this. The government haven't done that at all. The government haven't called anybody who's concerned about migration far right or racist. They've literally called one policy by Nigel Farage that. Other than that, they have literally bent over backwards to give these people's point of view the credence it clearly does not deserve.
To suck them off, basically, and say, hey, yeah, we can be just as racist, actually. We'll be as racist as you want us to be.
And it's never going to be good enough because you're not Nigel Farage.
Exactly.
I can be way more racist than you, Angloid.
True.
literally the only good thing that man ever did.
And do you feel that they are being wrongly referred to as far right?
Wrongly referred to as far right, as well as being ignored.
Right, but the only people who like get butthurt about this are the far right trying to pretend to be part of the concerned citizens.
Exactly. Show me these concerned citizens and tell me what it is that they believe and are concerned about. Right? Like, it's always such a fucking euphemism. It's so underhanded. It's
The
so
shell
sneaky.
game.
It's so dishonest.
It's the shell game that these far right fucks play, right? It's some people do have legitimate concerns and aren't mental fucking crazy racists. Other people are mental crazy racists who are going to latch on to those legitimate concerns and pretend that any criticism of any part of that group is a criticism only of the very nice bit, the far soft bit of it, you know?
What are the legitimate concerns about immigration, though? Because I struggle to hear any. Like,
well, most of them can be dealt with via like increased expenditure on fucking infrastructure and things. But whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, what the point, of course, is that the reason why these people feel like they are being talked to as part of a broad brush is because they are the far right ones.
Yeah.
Like most people who, again, you saw those videos from people being interviewed at the marches where some people will go, I just have concerns about people coming here and integrating is a good thing, but if they are coming here just to be able to not contribute or not integrate, or they're coming here under false pretenses or whatever it is, then I feel like that's unfair. And I'm like, well, we can have a conversation about that. And some people are just like, we need to get the Browns out of the country, remigration, these are all people who we don't want in the country or whatever. I'm like, well, these are two different positions. The former group understand that the latter group are far right and realise that they're not being spoken about under those terms. The latter group think they represent everybody, and that's why people are like this.
Yeah. Do you guys have great replacement theory knuckleheads over there? Yes, we do.
Yes. 100%.
Yeah.
Too many of them. Some of them in government.
Unfortunately so, although to be fair, I don't think it's as big a problem.
Well, I mean, you got fucking look at the administration in the United States right now.
Well, exactly, that's what I mean, yeah. Like, I mean, we're probably only 10 years behind them on that, but we'll, you know.
I'd go for about 5 years.
No, we'll see.
I accept that there are many people who are concerned about migration. That is why the government is taking a number of steps.
Paul's point is that you feel that they're being called far right, when in fact they're not. That's your view. Yes.
Right, so you're just whinging then? You're just fucking whinging. Okay, cool.
Yes. Well, I don't accept that the government is doing that. We've called out what Nigel Farage proposed and Reform proposed, but we're also making changes to the immigration.
It's really funny that his language is, I don't accept that the government have done, I don't agree. I'm like, just say you haven't. So, no, mate, you're wrong. We haven't done that. But it's so, the fucking language of politicians grates me so badly. Like, if you haven't done that, just say that you haven't.
But that would be to take a declarative statement, and that's you can't have that. No, it has to be couched in nicey language.
Unless you're David Lammy saying that Israel definitely hasn't committed genocide. Just saying.
Well, that's true.
System, which I hope people will recognise as they unfold, say changing the arrangements for getting indefinite leave to remain. People have to make a contribution, not be claiming benefits, spotless criminal record.
So basically you're doing reform policy, but only 80%. Brilliant. So you'll get none of their votes and alienate everyone else. Cool.
All of those things that we've announced, looking at the way in which the European Convention of Human Rights is interpreted, not leaving it, because if we left the European Convention, we'd be in a club of three in Europe: Russia, Belarus, and the United Kingdom. And there are parties on the panel that are in favour of us leaving.
Alex.
Look, in answer to your question, there isn't, I haven't seen any justification for the use of those terms. And you're right, there are a lot of people who are concerned about levels of immigration. They're perfectly entitled to hold those views and to not be shouted down. And before I was a politician, I was a history teacher. And in my lifetime, I have watched people take words that meant one thing in the 1930s and try to apply them to entirely different situations in the modern age and distort them. Far right used to mean the Nazis who rounded people up and committed the worst atrocities in history and put them in camps and murdered them.
They didn't refer to them as the far right back then. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they weren't really the far right as such. They were sort of relatively boilerplate conservative initially.
I mean, even there's a really good video about Money and Macro, how their treasurer was literally a member of the Liberal Party before being the Nazi chancellor. They were supported by like supposedly centre-right conservatives and the DNVP, right?
Yeah.
Like these
Literally, the
obvious
fucking
as
the president Hindenburg was a boilerplate conservative royalist.
But
who
also,
appointed him chancellor.
Problem with this statement is that many of the people who are attending these protests, many of the people who are like talking about immigration in this country right now, absolutely do share some of the views of the Nazis, right?
Yeah.
Like they are talking about, as we said earlier, great replacement theory. They are talking about remigration, which basically just means ethnic cleansing of the UK,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. Yeah.
So,
and also,
yeah, they are far right. They're about as far right as you can get.
And also, he's trying to say here that, well, you're not a fascist or far right unless you're literally doing extermination camps. I'm like, well, we literally had a British Union of fascists in this country. We had an Oswald Mosley. They didn't do any of the crimes that the Nazis did, but they had similar opinions about race and nation and the people, quote unquote, right? The idea of what the
They were
people
just
should be.
concerned citizens. Oswald Mosley's concerned.
Yeah, like up until the point where the BUF would have done something that the Nazis did, they would just be concerned citizens until it's past that point. I swear, like, these politicians are fucking idiots. Again, as if the Nazi stuff just appeared out of nowhere, and then it's suddenly, rather than a whole narrative was spun, there was rhetoric, there was political ideology, you know?
Well, exactly, and it must be borne in mind that Julius Streicher was hanged, quite rightly, after the Nuremberg trials for publishing a newspaper, because it was so virulent in terms of its sowing the seeds of anti-Semitism that it led to the Holocaust. The words have, implications for this, and it doesn't just happen out of nowhere. It doesn't. Let's not be sarcastic now, Vivian, please. Outrageous. And secondly, it's opportunity as well. Tommy Robinson hasn't had the opportunity to set up Auschwitz. Who's to say he wouldn't if he could? But we can't call him far right because he hasn't literally opened an extermination camp yet. Shut the fuck up.
If you march for Tommy Robinson, you're far right.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the fucking ex-EDL thug who's been in prison numerous times for assault, some racially aggravated fucking crimes. Like, the man is a far right fucking racist, criminal thug, violent piece of shit. And if you march for Tommy Robinson, yeah, you are far right, and you're worse than that. You're fucking scum, and you're no countryman of mine.
Fair point.
To accuse people who raise concerns about immigration of being the same thing is totally unacceptable. What's happened here, very clearly, is that the Prime Minister went to Labour Party conference and did not want to talk about all of the scandals enveloping his government, didn't want to talk about Angela Rayner, he didn't want to talk about Peter Mandelson, didn't want to talk about Morgan McSweeney, he didn't want to talk about the state of the economy. What he tried to do was distract everybody from that by saying something stupid. And unfortunately, he had a degree of success with that. I don't think we should put up with it. I think we should talk about the main issues and not be calling each other names.
Woman there, in the middle.
The far right don't care about any of those issues.
I believe in an inclusive society, but I think when Paul said that people were concerned, they're concerned because they see it as an insidious erosion of our culture and identity. And Mr. Ben, your government don't seem to want to protect that. In the south of Ireland, there's been a 10% rise in population. In the last census in 2023, in the south of Ireland, there was 20% of the people identified as not being born in the country. I think that was a conservative estimate.
All I'll say is, your culture deserves to die. I'm just going to put it out there now. If you're a unionist, if you're some orange little fuck, your culture should die.
Well, to be fair, she did say the south of Ireland, which means you would assume that she's not a unionist.
Well, okay. I mean, we'll wait and see on that one.
But even so, I don't care. Like, just because they weren't born in the country doesn't mean they can't be fucking Irish. Doesn't mean they can't. Yeah, we've got so many British Muslims who would say the same fucking thing, right?
And
Also, like naturally, Ireland is the only country that had a smaller population 200 fucking years, smaller population now than it did 200 years ago, basically on the Earth. So if it takes a bit of immigration to start actually getting them a fucking increase in population, maybe that's not the end of the world. They've got plenty of space.
Just more broadly as well, just as a kind of a broader point, which says like, well, culture's being eroded. Do you think culture is just like static forever? Do you think that culture just continues throughout millennia without changing at all? Man, I'm sorry, you can't just say that we must create a fucking time capsule of what European countries look like in 1955 or whatever it is, and that must be the way it should be forever and ever and ever. Like, no.
Exactly.
If you're a fascist who's indebted to the palingenetic myth. Yeah.
Well, no, it's just why are there Protestants in Ireland? Go back to Scotland. Go on you go.
True, very, very true. And as well, on top of that, like, who says they can't become culturally Irish anyway, you know? They say, they refuse to integrate. I'm like, very few of them refuse to integrate.
Why, they're Catholics in Ireland. Give the land back to the fucking Druids.
Exactly. Fucking... You know who I blame? The Vikings. They started all this.
True.
And I believe it's probably more like 30%.
What's that based on?
We don't know that.
What, you just guessed that?
Yes.
Okay.
I feel that the UK will soon be going in that direction and will soon...
This person's fucking unionist. Look, I can smell a cunt a mile off.
What do you say, UK rather than Britain? There you go. That's the thing, right?
This is a fucking orange bastard every day of the week.
Reach those figures.
And I don't just mean because she's misapplied her blusher. Boom! Orange. Anyway, never mind.
Oh,
okay, can I just take issue with terms like insidious erosion of our culture? That is...
What does that fucking mean?
This is our human beings that we are talking about. We know in this part of the world what it's like to go away, to get a job, to start a new life away from war, and how we were treated when we moved away. I think what's happened to Keir Starmer is that Nigel Farage is dragging him round by the tail. I think he is hemorrhaging votes on the right and the left. And what he's struggling to do is explain to people that the reason you're on a housing waiting list and the reason that the NHS is underfunded and that your child can't get a special school place is not because of immigrants. It is because of successive governments in Westminster. And in this part of the country, that is the reason as well. And
True.
Now, Keir Starmer has decided to go after people like Deliveroo drivers and bring in something like a brickyard. None of that is going to build houses here. None of that is going to bring school places, and none of it is going to fix the NHS. We need to be very careful when politicians start punching down because it means they don't have any policies that can help you.
God damn, she's so fucking based. I love this Aoife chick.
Yeah, no, she's awesome. I don't know who the fuck she is, but she's awesome.
I think it's important in these kinds of discussions because they can tend to get very sort of emotive very quickly, is to sort of look at the facts.
Okay, he looks like Harry Potter.
And there were figures out this week or last week that showed that in the last 12 months the population of Northern Ireland has grown by like a fraction of a percent. It's been quite small in the grand scheme of things, and the context is different in the Republic and different in GB. But I think here we have to be very wary of what is really happening here and not sort of somewhere else that we see and try and get caught up in those kind of conversations. The most important thing, I think, is to deal with this as it happens and as it sort of affects us.
Well, let's just get to some statistics then. So 3.4% of the population in Northern Ireland is from an ethnic minority. That compares to England and Wales, where it's over 18%. But in Northern Ireland, just in 2011, it was 1.8. So it has gone up, but it's still very small.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to hide behind some of the statistics. And I actually agree with the original question.
What a surprise.
Because it has been a deliberate attempt by Labour and previously the Conservative government to brand anybody that showed any concern with illegal and uncontrolled immigration as racist. That was wrong. And I'll tell you why. Because people with genuine, heartfelt lived experience, seen as... So I looked, for example, in Belfast. It is the second highest dispersal rates for asylum seekers from hotels into accommodation in local communities, right? HMOs have changed the landscape of some of our communities. It is without doubt that immigration, particularly the cost associated, has had a dramatic impact. And I listen how people can say, well, it's not because of the levels of illegal immigration that's affecting our health service and GP access and housing and school places. But look at the figures. 15.3 billion across the UK by 2029 to provide asylum accommodation and support. That's not including other costs such as...
Between now and 2029, you sneaky fuck. Because that essentially means like 3 billion a year, which isn't nothing, but it's like very little in terms of government spending.
Yeah, that's not like that really isn't a huge amount at all.
Just legal costs.
Sorry, 50.3 billion what?
Pounds right across the UK for housing asylum seekers.
What kind of... Oh my god, she's such a dense bastard. Why did you ask that question? 15 billion what? Fucking omelettes. What do you mean 15.5 billion what? Jesus Christ.
Pounds and other
pounds.
Associated costs. In Northern Ireland alone, that figure will balloon to 400 million. Now, this is the point.
That's assuming the status quo remains.
Yes, and it may well get worse. And it has got worse when we look at the statistics. 50,000 people came by boat into GB in this past year. That's what we know of. But let's look at what that money could actually do. Could that money fund healthcare? Could it help to... The 400 million alone would be the entire capital budget for education in Northern Ireland alone. So I do not accept that anybody that has a legitimate concern in relation to illegal and uncontrolled immigration is racist. That's lazy politics.
No, lazy politics is calling it uncontrolled when it's never been uncontrolled. That's lazy.
Just this week, David Lammy tried to insinuate that Nigel Farage was in some way connected to the Hitler Youth. How low...
Just because he used to go around singing Nazi songs when he was in the youth.
He accidentally did it. He accidentally did it. Just like Keir Starmer accidentally said Island of Strangers.
Accidentally? What? So many hiccups.
Can you go? The Labour government are catching on very quick. The silent majority want common sense. They want border enforcement.
Wow, the silent majority are pretty fucking loud.
And also, it's clear that they're getting what they wanted. They wanted border security and border control. We have these things. We already have all of these things. Again, as you pointed out, it's not uncontrolled. Like, we don't have open borders. If you want to come here to work or study, you need a visa. And if you want to arrive via irregular means, you have to claim asylum. And if your asylum claim is denied, you get deported. That is those are controls, and those are closed borders.
Yep.
And they want to ensure that this country, that those that come to it, respect our laws, contribute, and most importantly, ensure that our culture and our values are not in competition with theirs.
Well, you mean a culture like, say, Jeffrey Donaldson repeatedly sexually assaulting women? Maybe. Would that be part of the culture that you're trying to protect there, Mr. DUP?
Also, given that the United Kingdom is so secular, you'd think that these people would love there being more people here who disagree with things like homosexuality in the way that the DUP do.
Yeah.
Was it under Rishi Sunak that the small boats thing started?
Yes.
Yeah, because I'll never fucking forgive that administration for that.
Yeah.
Like, they decided that they were gonna just try and capitalize on the racism of the surging right within the Conservative movement, and they wanted to create a narrative that there was an invasion at the border, Trumpian really, in order to try and cling on to the last vestiges of power that their crumbling fucking party had. And that's it. That's why we had pogroms around the fucking country, because they decided to push that fucking narrative, the small boats narrative. We hadn't heard about small boats before then. All of a sudden, it was fucking everywhere, and Labour capitulating to it and doing the same shit are just as fucking responsible, just as complicit.
If there's one saving grace from that, it's that ultimately they will hoist by their own petard, and it will be the final nail in their electoral coffin. So that's nice.
Yeah, maybe.
And here in the glasses.
I think they were fucked anyway.
Possibly.
Just going back to Hillary's point, saying that reform's rhetoric is divisive. The Prime Minister of the country said a few months ago that we risk becoming an island of strangers. Why isn't that divisive? But
it is.
Nigel Farage will say it. It's racist. His supporters are far right. He's far right. But when Keir Starmer says it's an accident. It's
almost like, right?
Okay.
Bear with me. It's almost like Keir Starmer is a proven morally corrupt serial liar.
Nobody would say that.
No one,
no one thinks that.
No one thinks that. And honestly, that's why he's 20 points ahead. Oh no.
No, oh dear. The thing is that, well, fundamentally, that's a perfectly pertinent question, because as we've already pointed out many times, Keir Starmer just keeps lying. And not only lies, he just keeps making up positions based on what he thinks is politically efficacious, rather than because he has any principles, because he doesn't have any principles. And people see fucking through it. People aren't idiots. People aren't stupid. They know that he's trying to fucking virtue signal.
Why don't you phone into LBC, Helena? Why don't you phone into LBC when James O'Brien's on?
She's already done that, and the person who is now the Chancellor of the Exchequer got absolutely rinsed by No Justice back in the day.
Yeah, I can imagine. See, I think they barred me after Majid Nawaz called me a communist. I think he got them to stop taking my calls.
To be fair, bang to rights.
And I'm just on the block.
Bang to rights.
Get a burner phone. Fuck it.
Yeah.
I'm not buying a fucking burner phone to call into LBC. I might use my Skype account. I've got a Skype account. I could do
That's
that.
touche.
Man here with the blonde hair, yes.
To target someone on the basis of where they come from or their identity or ethnicity in particular, that is racist. So I don't see how it could be described any other way. I understand that people are having to deal with the cost of living being untenable, but that's nothing to do with where people are coming from.
Let's pause one sec.
No, well done. Whoa.
Here in the front.
Nope.
I think it is worth pointing out as well, just to be very clear here, insofar as there are some people who just think that there is an economic issue with people coming over and migrating. As you pointed out, that can be solved through public investment or explaining to these people how labour markets work, for example. There's loads of different ways that can be frustrated in terms of rhetoric. But fundamentally, the biggest thing that's happening, the biggest narrative that exists that's so racist, is this idea that because X number of asylum seekers did a bad thing, all of them will do bad things. You should be worried for your kids because there is literally any asylum seeker around, right? Because it will make asylum seekers targets for being painted with a broad brush. Same thing they do to trans people, right? Same thing they do to trans people. They will say, well, here's one person who did a bad thing one time and always it's before they transitioned, therefore you should be scared of every trans person, they're all a threat to you. Rather than talk about the idea that, well, maybe you can take one person from one group and expand it to everyone.
Indeed. Sir.
Over the summer we had riots and vigilante groups here, and a lot of politicians came out and said that, well, these people had legitimate concerns. We've had 28 women murdered in the last 5 years. It seems like there's less appetite to come out and riot whenever the perpetrator looks like someone you might work with or play football with.
True. Very true. I mean, I made the point with the Charing Cross police station thing. One of the stories was of a white man who kicked a pregnant woman in the stomach, having it was her partner initially, had raped her, had physically assaulted her. She literally had a boot mark on her stomach where he'd kicked her, trying to kill the child, and they released him on bail. So, literally, there's no one breaking into a Greggs over that particular thing. They don't want to protect that woman and child. Fuck them, apparently, because the perpetrator was white. So,
yep,
it's fine. You know,
he's just a blokey bloke. Just a blokey bloke, just a lad, just having a bit of,
exactly.
Just doing a bit of boy stuff. Yeah, boys would be boys and all that.
I completely endorse that point, and unfortunately my own constituency in North Belfast witnessed some horrific racist attacks and intimidation, and there's an ability to come out and condemn that without using the word "but" at the end of it, and I don't see enough of that whenever we talk about acts of racism and intimidation or sectarianism that was quite rampant in this part of the world, certainly at the beginning of the summer. I think the debate itself, for me, is primarily focused in England at the minute, whether it's reform or whether it's the points that have been made between Hilary and Alex so far this evening. But this conversation, and it goes back to the question, I'm not avoiding that, this conversation demands accuracy and integrity when we talk about it. So there is a way in which you can ask a question on immigration which has integrity and accuracy at its heart, or you may have an honest appetite to get information that is relevant to that. But there's also another way to go about that conversation, and unfortunately that's what we've seen too much of. We've seen that type of dog whistle politics. We've already seen it so far this evening, with statistics being thrown here, there and everywhere. The issues that come into my door in my constituency office, the issues that I talk about with people on the street or people who are asking for our help, is not on the boats that are coming up Belfast Lough, the way some local politicians would have you believe, because that's completely fanciful. It's about cost of living. It's about demanding a better outcome from Westminster. It's about seeing an executive working together to tackle the problems in our health service. We need more workers coming into particularly that area of life, as well as delivering on everything else. So I do take issue with anybody who would infer that the number one issue here is around migrants. We've already had the statistic that there's only 3.4% of ethnic minorities that live in this part of the world that call it home. For me, anybody who wants to call this place home, we have a duty to put our arms around them and make them feel as welcome as possible.
So unlimited
Nice.
immigration into Northern Ireland. Is that what you're saying?
Base.
Yeah. And then obviously
Don't backtrack now.
And then
Unlimited immigration.
And then this fucking dumb bitch is going to pipe up with, oh, so you mean literally all 8 billion people should come live in Belfast? Fuck's sake.
Well, I just think you say anyone who wants to come here, you need to welcome them. I just want to know what you meant by that.
I didn't appreciate you were going to jump on that word, but I see Johnny is trying to do the same
That is
as well.
what you
so
want.
let's make it very clear. Nobody would want that. And let's be very clear about that. Any responsible government or authority around the world wants to have a lawful, legally compassionate and enforced and resourced immigration policy. To say that anybody is for open borders is nonsensical, and it goes back to the point that I'm making about accuracy.
Well, I was only reflecting which
Sorry, I wasn't directing that at you. I was directing that at Johnny, who's saying that that's exactly what I want. It isn't what I want. It is not what Sinn Féin wants. You do have the ability, and there are examples of this, to talk about immigration, to have an immigration policy, which obviously isn't evolved in this part of the world. It comes from Westminster, but to have an immigration policy that needs to be resourced, because that's a big problem in this as well, and needs to be enforced. But there's an ability to do that is completely compliant with human rights and international law, where you are treating people with compassion and not in the way in which we've heard some people talk so far this evening.
Very
John,
true.
That's part of the problem, because
You're the fucking problem, you freak. Anyway, one brief thing I have to do, because I didn't realise that I hadn't signed the thing. We need to go to a different room, because this fucking thing's about to...
I was about to time out.
So...
No worries. I will see you in very, very shortly, Viv and Kev.
Yes, I'll message the
Kev.
people. Hang on 1 second. Yep. Boom. Right, now I need to go on to the two places where I am talking to the two different people, because that is a thing. There's Viv, boom shakalaka, and here is No Justice of MTGs. There we go. Why am I being messaged? I don't need to be messaged. Oi oi.
What is up, bread bin?
Why, indeed. Let us not beat around the bush. We've got an hour, so let's get it through it. Come on.
I just want to, before we do start, I just want to say that it is just frustrating that there is a position where basically everybody who wants less immigration says that whatever immigration is that more than they want is open borders, which is dumb because it's not the case.
Yeah, exactly, and it goes back to your man's point about the inaccuracy of some people when it comes to this discussion.
I do want open borders, though.
Well, as Majid Nawaz once said, you're a communist.
Anarchist, thank you.
Well, yeah.
Because your actions don't match the rhetoric. Because not so long ago in the Northern Ireland Assembly, I brought a motion calling for action on uncontrolled and illegal immigration. Your party voted it down.
Because that's silly, because you're campaigning against a thing that doesn't exist. Uncontrolled migration doesn't exist, so that's not a thing. Do you also put one in about pixies?
Also, to be fair, actually, they do have uncontrolled migration from the Republic of Ireland to the occupied 6 counties, because there is quite literally an open border on the island, because that's what the Good Friday Agreement has.
Yeah, let's go.
So you can say what you want in the audience tonight, but your actions do not bear out that you're a party that is serious with illegal immigration. No, but it showed the sentiment. And here's the other problem. There's a huge conversation happening across Northern Ireland right now. There are people from traditional nationalist and Republican backgrounds alongside unionists and loyalists who feel that enough is enough when it comes to pansying around on illegal immigration. Control our borders.
Did you just say pansying around?
Yes, control our borders and restore order, and that's certainly a policy that I'll be pushing for and continue to.
I mean, that is a word that is often used as a derogatory term for people who are homosexual. Is that what
No, that is exactly not what I meant.
That is exactly what
No,
that
it is
word
not.
means.
No, that is not.
No, that is not what I meant. Okay? Ulster against pansies is not what I meant. So, save Ulster from pansiness.
What I mean. I say very, very clearly that is not what I mean.
That's not what I mean. I'm just saying the government need to stop puffing around and get on with it. Okay?
They need to stop being such fat.
Thank you for stopping.
That's all right. That's fine.
I mean, we both have the F. To be fair, we both have the F word pass.
Well, you do, but like that, Twitch will not allow me to have it on. So, like,
No, true.
You've got to be like, was it cis sensitive on this one?
I do remember the last time I said it on your channel. You were like, no.
Well, I wouldn't give a fuck. You could say whatever you like on my channel if I had the rules. I do not have the rules.
Audience tonight. There's a conversation happening in Northern Ireland. Other people want to deflect from it. Let's get serious. Let's ensure that we have border policies that reflect a country that is in control of its borders.
All right, I'm going to, if you forgive me, I'm going to move on, because I think if I've got a number of questions to get through, and I'm not going to manage it unless I take a move on. Before I do, I'm just going to say where we are next week, which is Shrewsbury. So if you live in or around Shrewsbury, you'd like to come and be part of the programme, go to the Question Time website, follow the instructions there. And the week after that, we're in Bishop Stortford in Hertfordshire. So Shrewsbury and then Bishop Stortford, come and be part of the programme.
I will just point out to Americans, Bishop Stortford sounds like a kind of craft ale, but it's a real place, I promise. It is. It does exist.
It does sound like a craft beer, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And we would love to see you. Right, let's take another question. Relevant, very relevant to where we are. Donal, where are you sitting? Off
Is
you
it
go.
time for an end to the power sharing in Northern Ireland? It's delivered the peace, or helped deliver the peace, for 27 years, with very little else.
I mean...
Yes, is the answer. We can move on.
Yeah, I don't think that, especially, I mean, you might have stuff to comment here, Kev. I don't think Viv or myself have anything that we can comment.
I'd probably be able to give a little bit more, but ultimately the answer is it doesn't really work. Like, it's probably best to have them in a room doing fuck all than doing, like, you know, maybe bombs and stuff. But if all it is just a weird talking shop that achieves nothing, it's quite expensive. Like, is that worthwhile? I don't know. Anyway, but we'll move on to... They've got to have a more broad one than that, surely, at some point. Oh, there's a Gaza one. Oh, okay. Oof. Nope.
And you know John Finucane is going to have an absolutely fucking banger answer to the Gaza question.
Oh, I can't wait.
One would think so. There we go. Right.
Take another question from Francis Kavanagh.
Given the experience of the peace process here, has the Israeli-Palestine peace plan drawn up by Donald Trump any chance of working if the Palestinian people are not involved in the process?
No, it would have been like saying, well, we've got 21-point plan, but we're not going to consult Catholics about it. Well, that's half the community, and that's half the thing. Also, the big difference, and this is why it's not a fair comparison as a conflict, is that both, especially by the end of the Troubles, both communities were fucking sick of it and wanted an end. So they were both prepared to give a little bit to genuinely, get to a solution. Whereas this is completely asymmetric warfare in Gaza. This is not two sides wanting to negotiate the end of a slaughter. This is one side doing a slaughter and one side being slaughtered.
True.
I think that's a particularly interesting question to ask here in Northern Ireland. John, let me start with you. Because obviously we have had the peace process here, and we had a Conservative and a Labour government who ended up talking to people that both governments classed as terrorists, but they got in the room with them.
Well, hang on, they were talking to Palestine Action. Jesus, that's crazy talk.
And the people of Northern Ireland were offered a vote on the Good Friday Agreement.
The last time your show came from here was roughly about 2 years ago, and I spoke on that occasion about the need for...
That's how little London gives a fuck about you, Northern Ireland. They don't give a shit. Once every 2 years is when you'll get a show, and you'll be fucking grateful for it, you little bastards.
All sides,
pretty much,
directly and all sides globally, to create the conditions for peace, and that peace processes by their very nature are difficult. They involve speaking and engaging with those that you consider as your enemy, and not necessarily making peace with your friends. And one thing that struck me, which is referenced in the question from the plan that was announced this week, was the complete absence of Palestinians in that plan. And there also has...
Yeah, literally, fucking Tony Blair got more name-checked than Palestinians. Ridiculous.
I mean, it's almost like the Palestinians have barely been consulted on this since 1948, or since 1917, indeed. And indeed, the opposite was true. They were promised that not only they would be consulted, that they would be able to be given the land in compensation for fighting in World War II. And that fucking worked out well, didn't it?
Has to be serious questions asked about the credibility of Israel as a sincere partner for peace in any negotiations.
Hang on, Benjamin Netanyahu, literally, I didn't even realise this, because you sort of miss some of the kind of Hebrew language stuff they do. He did a piece for Hebrew television, filmed in the garden at the White House, saying that one of the core tenet parts of the plan of Israel pulling out of the Strip, they weren't going to pull out of the Strip. He already said before even leaving the White House, he'd already broken the deal.
In fairness, what it says is like at such time as like a lot of the other conditions have been met and Israel can guarantee the security of the nation, etc. Then they will entirely pull out. In the beginning, they're just going to freeze the battle lines. But the reason that Netanyahu is saying that after the fact is he's saying basically we're not going to get to that point, right? Like we're never going to accept that we can live in peace with our neighbors.
Yeah, they've already said.
He said we have to question the legitimacy of Israel as a negotiating partner. I'm like, whoa. You didn't need those last 4 words.
Just the legitimacy of Israel. Okay, well, he's a politician, to be fair.
Forward.
And about Hamas, presumably you agree with that too.
Well, this is a government that actually bombed the negotiators in Qatar. This is a government that has been found guilty of genocide time and time again over the past 2 years.
No. Luke Akehurst said it probably wasn't genocide or something, so it's fine. It's fine.
I remain to be convinced that this Israeli government is committed or wants a peace settlement.
And do you think Hamas are committed and want a peace settlement?
That's well, I don't know. I think the last reports that I saw is that Hamas are considering what this plan is that has been announced.
The BBC understands that they're going to turn it down.
Then anything that would contribute to an increased cycle of.
To be fair, I can understand them turning it down, given that it means that Tony Blair becomes the Grand Mufti. Like, yeah, I think they probably ought to turn that down. That's silly. Again, to
It's
use
fucking alarming, isn't it?
To
Tony
use
Blair of all fucking people. Why?
to use a phrase that people involved in Northern Irish politics will be aware of, we all search for peace, but to impose a peace upon me will not last.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Chucky Allah.
Well, that as well, but that's not as relevant as the thing I said.
Violence is to be condemned and is to be met with increased disappointment, because the people who are suffering disproportionately are the Palestinian people. They are being pummeled into the ground, into effectively non-existence if this is allowed to continue. And if this peace plan is not embedded, and I have severe doubts whether it will, because primarily of the credibility of both the US administration and this Israeli government, then all governments, all Western leaders need to step up and create real conditions, have tough conversations. Stop arming Israel, for one, would be a good start.
True.
And I have to take this opportunity because within the past 24 hours, a party colleague of mine has been kidnapped by the Israeli government. He was part of the flotilla that was
Literally true, by the way. A member of the Irish Parliament kidnapped.
Yep.
Along
EU
with
Parliament too.
Yep. Along with Greta Thunberg and various other people. Just that's fine. Apparently, Israel can just do that.
Did you see Petro Gustavo expelled every Israeli dignitary from the country because of the interception of the flotilla?
Good.
Makes you wonder why it took this long.
Intercepted in international waters.
Is that
So
the flotilla with Greta Thunberg?
Yes, this is a party colleague, a senator.
When you say they've been kidnapped,
They have been. You can't
They've
arrest
been
somebody in
detained.
international
Yes, fucking
waters. Let's call
kidnapped.
this
You
what it
fucking
is.
don't be like.
One person.
No,
They
they
were
did the crime.
taken in international waters by a foreign government.
No,
Yes.
they were arrested for the crime of being on a boat, which is definitely a crime, and it's a legitimate arrest, and they're not being held as hostages to be released at some point. No.
Yeah, like you can't you it is kidnapping, and
Yeah, of
the big thing as well is that they are in violation of international law by doing so, because they are directly violating the provisionary measures from the International Court of Justice to prevent genocide by saying that they cannot impede the flow of aid into Gaza.
Yep.
This is a flow of aid into Gaza, and they're not just impeding it, they are halting it. Therefore, they have no legitimacy.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Detention. They have been kidnapped. There is no lawful basis to take these people in international waters. I don't have enough time to go through the roll call of crimes that have been committed over the past 2 years.
God, it's so nice to
back
hear
in
a
decades.
politician say
But
this.
there needs,
Yeah.
if we are serious about creating the conditions
Our
for
own
peace,
government would
then
never.
there needs to be a step change in how this Israeli government has been indulged over the past 2 years specifically.
True.
I welcome the peace plan. It has the support of the Arab partners, and that is very, very important. What is the single most important thing?
The Arab partners that America has bought. Brilliant. Well, that can only work out well. What does it have the say so of the Palestinian people? At all? Have you asked? Do you
Who
care?
fucking cares about them? What
Yeah.
they got to do with it?
The fighting stops, the hostages are released, and the aid gets in. That is what is required.
Sausages. For
And
God's
we long
sake.
to see the day when that happens, and I hope that Hamas will agree to the plan. To come to your point, sir, the lesson from Northern Ireland, it seems to me, is crystal clear. Of course, there can't be a long-term sustainable peace without the Palestinian people being involved. That is why the government recently in New York said, we joined others in recognising a Palestinian state. What is the lesson from Northern Ireland? The lesson is it's only when the parties to the conflict are prepared to put their weapons aside.
But Israel is not. It is shown it is not. It could have done at any point. It was offered all the fucking hostages back, like 12 months ago. It's not interested. I say it. The government of Israel is not interested in this shit.
To compromise, to reach out their hand and say, we're going to have to work together to share what is a small piece of land, and that's certainly true in Israel and the Palestinian territories. Unless that happens, then we won't see any progress. And what does that require? It requires courageous political leadership. It was courageous political leadership.
I just want to point this out. Tony Benn is looking down on his son and is disgusted. Tony, your dad hates you, Hillary. I hope
And
you
like,
know
just in
that.
general, I mean, it's fine to say, well, everyone should go and put down their arms. I'm like,
Boil
you
like a
know
baby
Israel isn't
otter.
doing that, and your response is to continue to fly surveillance flights from RAF Akrotiri for them. The ones that we know, because the Times have said that they are actually intelligence sharing. The Times have confirmed that the RAF Akrotiri flights are intelligence sharing. They are still doing this, Hillary.
True. Welcoming raiders from wherever was raiding. Apologies, I don't know who you are, but go and follow them, I guess. Thank you, Stu, and thank you, Andy, for both resubscribing. Much love to you. My left eye, there we go. My left eye. For some reason, I don't have a raid noise for YouTube. That doesn't seem like an option, but I don't know. Anyway, everyone follow my left eye, otherwise I will fuck you up in Minecraft.
Leadership here in Northern Ireland that brought the peace process, it is unfortunately, tragically, completely absent today on the part of the Palestinians and the Israelis. I long for the day when those leaders emerge and say, this is what we're going to do for peace.
Man here in the glasses.
It's part of the Northern Ireland peace process that the paramilitaries had to disarm. Like you said, it came out today, the BBC reported that Hamas are not going to accept this because their leverage is gone. Exactly. So, like was said, this agreement has been approved by the other Arab.
Okay, so is Israel going to disarm? To extend your analogy here, is Israel going to disarm? Is it fuck? It's a nuclear armed state. Up against, what, terrorist cameras?
I'm pretty sure they officially do not have nuclear weapons. So.
No, officially they don't. And officially I have a massive cock. But, you know, sometimes the truth isn't always the official statement.
And sometimes
This is a Hamas
it is.
problem for not accepting this. This is a good deal endorsed by the US, fair enough, depending on how you view their government, endorsed by the other Arab countries. Hamas are not going to accept this. You cannot blame Israel for that not being accepted. You can blame Hamas.
I mean, you can, because they gave them a deal they knew they couldn't accept, which for like the millionth time. This is the same thing Israel has always done. Give them a deal they can't accept.
And when they do make a deal they did accept, like the one that we literally had, which would have seen the release of all of the hostages and an end to the conflict, which Hamas were very happy to agree to, Israel fucking broke it for no reason. And by no reason, I mean because Bibi needs the war to continue to save his political career and potentially his freedom.
Literally true. Or, if they have a deal, they end up murdering the Prime Minister who made the deal. Maybe.
True.
That also
And
is a
that,
thing.
and well, worth pointing out as well that Yitzhak Rabin literally was somebody who ordered a fucking gunpoint ethnic cleansing campaign in Lida and Ramla during the Nakba, right?
Yep.
A man who quite literally is a veteran of Israeli ethnic cleansing. And even he was too lefty for the Likudites.
God, you're so woke. It's Rabin.
Woman here.
Sorry, I would just like to say the Conservative politician sitting beside John, you were shaking your head no. My question is, when is enough is enough? 65,000 people have lost their lives, and please don't say Israel have the right to defend themselves.
Yeah, but they're all
the world knows what Israel has the right to do. You're watching it. You're letting them do it. Britain and America are backing each other to the hilt. You're arming those people. You're slaughtering those innocent men, women, children. And you really don't care.
True.
Oh, wait.
Northern Ireland really is a place of extremes. You get like the most based people on earth and then the most horrific swamp monsters. And very little in between, it seems. I'm sure there are one or two, but you know, it's pretty hard.
I can assure you that everyone cares about it very, very much. And I'm afraid that it's accusations like that just throw these
it's not an accusation.
Off into the same dead ends and cul-de-sacs.
Oh, you're accusing it. Oh, hang on.
There's it's the gentleman over.
Throwing accusations at Israel like they killed 65,000 people just because they've definitely killed at least 65,000 people. Yeah.
And throwing accusations at the British government. And throwing accusations at the British government of the things that they admitted that they already did and already defended, right? The Conservative government, when they were in government before the election, they literally said that they was fine to sell Israel weapons. David Cameron was like, well, I never had any piece of paper go across my desk saying they'd be used to break international law. Do we fucking believe any other word that man says after Greensill?
No.
Come on.
Can Helena and Kev see each other on these streams? No, we cannot. We could. Like, you can share a camera on the thing, but what's the point?
Yeah.
Also, like, only one of us is getting a good deal there, and it's me. Because she's going to look at this. You're joking.
Over here was saying, it's a very simple truth, that everybody, all of the countries that recognised Palestine the other day, or most of the countries in the Middle East, the United States of America, our own country, they all say that there cannot be a solution whilst Hamas is in power in Gaza. And I think deep down, we all know that there is absolutely no chance at all of Hamas laying down its weapons. It is not going to give up its power in Gaza. It is not going to go quietly into the night. It is going to carry on fighting, and it is going to carry on demanding the destruction of the state of Israel. So if somebody has a brilliant solution to that problem...
I really hate it when they say the destruction. They're going to destroy Israel. No, you don't destroy states. You dissolve states. That is what people want to see. They want a dissolution of the state of Israel and it being replaced by a single unitary or binational state. That's the position that's being taken here.
Yeah. Like, all I'll say is, we saw what their capabilities were on October 7th, and they killed 0.00001% of the Israeli population. They have no power to destroy Israel. Israel could turn the entirety of that region into glass in a few minutes, if it wanted to. The idea that this is like some existential threat to Israel is fucking farcical. Also, what's his argument here? Because terrorists won't give up the guns, that means we just have to just continue bombing and bombing and bombing and bombing forever. Let's kill all of them because some of them might be Hamas. Like, where does it fucking end, you monster?
I'd love to hear it, but it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
Hang on. If you haven't got a microphone and we can't hear, I'll come to you in a minute. Yes, the woman here.
Something that wasn't written into the Good Friday Agreement, and I personally think should have been, is that egos should be done away with.
Egos?
Egos are killing
Oh,
children.
I thought you said eagles. I was like, what the fuck have eagles? The fuck have eagles done to you? What? I didn't even know you had eagles.
I fucking hate eagles.
Eagles.
Those fucking eagles.
Save Ulster from eagles.
I can't even. My Irish accent's terrible, I'm sorry.
People who can't put their ego in their back pocket and put people and children.
Don't put an eagle in a back pocket.
That sounds dangerous.
Yeah.
You're gonna walk out of there with some lacerations.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot of hope for this peace agreement. I think when one side bombs the negotiators of another, you can kind of guess that they're not that interested in negotiating. One of the Israeli cabinet ministers said last week that even with this peace deal, he said, I feel like our children will be forced to fight in Gaza again. They're not planning on stopping. This is, and the Irish state are arguing for this as well, that this is a genocide, and we're watching it being live streamed into our homes, and politicians talk out of both sides of their mouth, and they send aid, but they allow licenses for parts of weapons to be sent to Israel. I feel like this might be a watershed moment for us, and when history looks back, our children will ask us, why didn't people stop this when it was happening? Like I asked my granddad about World War II, why didn't we do something? Because we all know what's happening and no one is doing anything to stop it.
True.
True. Yeah, absolutely. And the same is true with all of these genocides. You look at them and it's madness. Whether it's Rwanda, the Young Turks, not the Anna Kasparian, she's into a very different type of bigotry. No, the killing of Christian Armenians, etc., or the Holocaust, or any the fucking slaughter of native peoples on every continent.
Also, she said that people have done nothing to stop it. I think you'll find David Lammy wrote a very strongly worded letter.
True. No, that is true.
He was genuinely upset about the war crimes and definitely not genocide. Sorry, not war crimes either. The unfortunate circumstances.
Yeah, the mistakes that
They were
made.
intolerable.
Yeah. She's pretty based. What party is she a member of? She's not a member of a party. She's a journalist.
Yeah, she was Aoife something, journalist.
Wrote a book about Sinn Féin.
Yeah, Aoife Moore. Not to be confused with the Welsh striker Kiefer Moore, who's a different person.
What do you think the UK could do to... I mean, it looks as if the only person Israel's going to listen to is Donald Trump. You've talked about the UK government stopping selling weapons.
Yeah.
But they're not listening to
it's
Donald
what to
Trump.
say.
They're using Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Because Donald Trump is like leader of the most powerful nation on the face of planet Earth somehow, because we live in the worst of all possible timelines. Thank you, God. Fuck you.
We just saw
But,
we just saw the example. Like, they did the 21-point deal, and he broke it before leaving the fucking White House. Like, he's not listening to Donald Trump. At best, he's placating him. That's at best. If anything, he's puppeteering the fucking prick. It's embarrassing. Like, you see, it's, I mean, he literally the ultimate example. Trump acts the big fucking Johnny Big Bollocks around everyone, except when Netanyahu comes to town, and then he'll literally push in his chair for him. Tragic.
Cocked behaviour.
Oh, absolutely embarrassing.
Other than that, what else do you think the government...
I think there needs to be real consequences for Benjamin Netanyahu. He breaks every rule.
Yes.
He's currently under investigation, and he's been welcomed with open
There's
arms.
arrest
We have
warrants out
seen-
for the
we
country.
have
Here in the UK, what can...
But we have, well, what I think, first of all, the 15% of components that they're sending for fighter jets that still have license to be
So no,
sent
you've
to
made the
Israel
point about weapons. I
have been
just wondered if
stopped.
there was anything else.
I think sanctions are the only way to do it. I think Keir Starmer should have the bravery and the leadership to say we are no longer going to stand by this, but Keir Starmer won't even call it a genocide.
Hillary.
Well, on the last point, it is, of course, it is for the International Criminal Court or the International Court of Justice to make that judgment. But look,
They've made
all of
it.
us would agree that
They fucking made it. Stop saying that.
Also,
they fucking made it.
Also, it's just a lie, because when Putin was doing his thing in Bucha and various other places,
Yeah.
the British government were more than happy to come out and call it genocide. Way before any international bodies had called it so.
And not only that, when the ICJ made their preliminary judgment, back when they said, essentially there is a plausible case for genocide to be heard here, right? That was what triggered the Genocide Convention and activated the obligation of member nations to act to prevent those things which the ICJ were worried about, right? That to act to make sure that aid could enter Gaza, to act to make sure that the lives of civilians in Gaza were protected. You are already obligated to act before the ICJ has made a determination that it is definitely a genocide.
True. Also, thank you, Wayward Historian, for gifting us up to 255 AD. You can and should give money to myself, to No Justice of the MTGs, and to Mix Vivian Wolf in the various ways that you can.
Yeah, I need pizza and fags.
For the American census, you mean cigarettes? Be culturally sensitive.
Sorry, yeah, not the slur F word.
Exactly. She didn't mean.
Cigarette F
She
word.
didn't mean that. Okay, so don't be puffs about it.
Don't be fucking pansies.
True.
Awful.
But what about the
But
specifically
the
that
point is,
suggesting?
if it were the case that it was the efforts of other countries that could bring the war in Gaza to an end, then your point would have force. What I tried to say in answer to the gentleman's question was, it can be stopped tomorrow if the two parties to the conflict will take the steps required.
You're
to bring
saying
it to an
nothing.
end.
Shut up. Go next. Next
But like,
person.
but literally, yeah. I mean, he's not wrong in that if both sides did do that, but one side will never do that because one side thinks it has a fucking 5,000-year-old claim to all of the land in the region.
It's just such a stupid fucking thing to... Oh, it's stop tomorrow if both sides agreed to stop tomorrow. Okay. Cool. Thanks.
Very
Fucking
insightful.
useless cunt. Sorry, I'm just getting annoyed.
We can say, well, Hamas won't give up their arms. There was a time in Northern Ireland when people said that about the paramilitaries. In the end, they did. And it's when they did that that the peace came to Northern Ireland. And therefore the responsibility, indeed on Hamas, is to follow the path that we have seen here in Northern Ireland that brought the peace that we all now enjoy.
Man at the very back.
I also just want to add, how does it make you feel that since Israel launched its genocide in Gaza, 248 Palestinian journalists have been killed while reporting the genocide?
Okay.
And also,
They don't care.
British fucking citizens have been killed.
Yep.
What was our fucking response? It was, well, we'll allow Israel to mark their own homework. Oh, they said they haven't done anything wrong. That's it. Right? They murdered our fucking citizens. Even if you don't care about Palestinians, right? Which, of course, all of us do, right? But let's just say you are somebody who's fundamentally so nationalistic that you don't even give a shit if anyone else dies. You can't even defend your own fucking citizens.
I mentioned this back when it fucking happened. I said the message from Keir Starmer is Israel can murder you as a British citizen and he'll do fuck all about it. Like, a foreign country can kill you and they'll do nothing about it. But, I mean, that's been the way forever anyway, because, you know, there was basically no fucking comeback for when the for the Salisbury poisoning, was there? So,
yeah.
like, we just apparently the British government is too fucking weak to protect its own citizens when other countries murder them.
Although fascinatingly, did you know one of the two Salisbury murderers is now in the Russian Parliament?
Oh, really? Wow,
that's literally
fucking
true.
Wild.
Yeah, one of them's an MP now.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Jesus, fuck me.
I want to see anybody killed anywhere. Yeah. And I think we all have to be very mindful of what has happened in the Middle East over the course of the last few years. There's been no mention whatsoever tonight of the 1,195 people
Well, I
in Israel
knew it.
on October the 7th. It doesn't justify the murder of anybody thereafter.
Yeah, you do sort of seem
Why
to be
are
claiming that that's true.
Why do they need to be mentioned in this? Because, like, nobody here is saying, oh no, the government should have murdered more Jews, or I don't fucking know, right? Like, everybody is pissed off at the UK government for continuing to arm and supply and support Israel as it continues to prosecute its genocide in Gaza. That's why the questions are being asked. The questions wouldn't be fucking asked if the UK government would turn around, bar all fucking arms sales, right? Sanction, as somebody said earlier, the state of Israel. And I mean, if it was up to me, I'd be like boots on the fucking ground. But like, they wouldn't be asking these questions if the UK government wasn't fucking complicit in genocide. But they are, and they weren't complicit, kind of, mostly, arguably, in October 7th, right? So it's fucking irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the conversation. It sucks. It was horrible. It was a war crime. It was an atrocity. We've been through that. Everybody's said it over and over and over and over again. I condemn what happened on October 7th. Everybody said it.
Yeah.
There's nothing more to say about October 7th.
Indeed. Just to clarify in chat, when you say the victims of in Salisbury survived, that's not technically true. The two who were targeted survived, but unfortunately John Sturgis, an innocent woman, did die because of it.
Yeah, she did, because her boyfriend found the perfume bottle in a bin.
Yeah.
Once again, men are shit, okay? So found the perfume bottle in the bin and decided that it would be a good idea to use this
to be fair,
his fucking girlfriend.
To be
fair, bottle in a bin.
To be fair, he didn't know it was fucking poison. He
thought he didn't know it was fucking poison. He just wanted to give her bin perfume.
Which, if it wasn't poison and was in fact perfume, would still have been a fucking skeezy, but still relatively nice gift that she could have used positively. But it was in fact poison.
If your boyfriend gives you perfume from a bin... Okay,
well, she wouldn't have known it was from a bin. And yeah, maybe she should have dumped him, but like, I don't think they had a lot of money.
It is funny to me that the Salisbury poisoners were... They genuinely thought, no, I may be someone who's happy to murder people in cold blood at the behest of the foreign state, but only the specific target, right? I'm going to put this in the bin so that no one is going to get harmed by this. I'm going to put it in the bin. It's fine. That's not the target. Okay, cool. We'll get rid of it. And that is what allows somebody to fish out of the bin.
Brilliant. Honestly, I mean, just super spies.
But the President Trump peace plan, whilst may not be perfect, it is a plan.
But what about the point of the original question that it's not involving the Palestinian people?
It's better than
It's
the
quite
concept of a
significant
plan,
achievement
certainly.
that there is so many Arab countries that have bought into it in the beginning. It is regrettable that Hamas has what it seemed to be indicated that they won't even give it a chance. And that actually maybe says more about what their intentions are. Because at least with the President Trump plan, one of the prerequisites was the return of hostages, 48 of whom are still missing, 20 that are believed to be alive.
Pause.
That is a prerequisite.
Well, first of all, not all of them are hostages, some of them are prisoners of war. Second of all, well, if you want to look at the intentions of Hamas, why don't you look at the peace deal that they agreed earlier on this year, which would have had the full release of the hostages as well, that was broken by Netanyahu.
Yeah.
There's no reason now.
They agreed to release the hostages.
There is no reason now for them to go back to the negotiating table, given that they know that basically any deal is fucking meaningless, because Netanyahu has shown he's happy to break it multiple times.
Exactly. Like, let's say they agree to this deal. How long do you think it'll be before they break the terms of the deal? Does anyone have any faith that Israel would follow through with any of it, when they've literally already said they won't? Like, come on.
Requisite for any peace deal in the Middle East. And sadly, what we have, there's a lesson for Northern Ireland that I see clearly. Do not reward terrorism, because if you do, they will continue to come back and back again for more gains. Whenever the UK recognised two states.
I mean, he's absolutely right. Don't reward terrorism. They'll keep coming back for more. So maybe don't recognise a state when it ethnically cleanses people, 700,000 of which from where they've always lived, by poisoning wells with typhoid and expelling people at gunpoint or bombing hotels, for example. Don't reward them with a state, because they'll always come back for more, like they have done with the West Bank, with Gaza, with the Sinai, with the Golan Heights, with the Shabbat farms.
But also, this is just fundamentally ahistorical. The way that the Troubles were ended was because the negotiations with terrorist groups. Like, Margaret Thatcher, for all of the ills, and I will talk ill about that bitch until the day I fucking die and join her in hell, where I will absolutely be going at her. She, even though they tried to fucking bomb and kill her, opened up very, very tentative negotiations in private with members of a group that were terrorists, according to the British state. And that's how the beginnings of that process began.
But also, does that mean, because, like, a lot of terrorists are fighting for causes that are just, right? Does that mean that if we have an oppressed population that is suffering a genocide, and they decide to do a terrorism against their oppressors, our response is, oh, well, now you've done a terrorism, so we're going to have to let the genocide go ahead. Like, it's fucking inane.
Yeah, no, I don't... Look, no matter how bad the terrorists of Palestine Action get, I don't think it's okay to genocide them. I'm just going to say that, okay?
I think that's... I'm not sure you're allowed to say that.
Well, no, hang on. I'm saying they're bad and terrorists, but we shouldn't genocide them.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little worried about how that...
I mean, we should obviously arrest them, especially if they're blind and in a wheelchair, because they're a threat to society.
That sounds like support to me. That sounds like anti-Semitism.
Exactly. Why do you hate Britain, Kev? Really?
Did you just say we shouldn't genocide them, or anti-Semitism?
True.
State of Palestine. They essentially legitimised what Hamas did on October the 7th. That is my view.
That is
they legitimised it because Hamas were able to say that their cause was just, and there was no just.
To be fair, and I'm not suggesting their tactics were just, their cause is just. So the expelling of Israel from Gaza. Yeah,
I'm going to specifically say that the cause of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine was just, because that group is not prescribed as a terrorist organisation. I don't know whether or not that you can make this argument, whether or not it is or not. I'm just going to make sure that everyone knows that the only group that I specifically think that about is the one that isn't a terrorist group as defined by the UK government.
Well, no, again, the tactics are obviously abhorrent, and that is terrorism. But the freedom of the Palestinian people is a perfectly just cause.
True, true.
I'm not suggesting that Hamas are a group I support in any way whatsoever. But he's conflating Hamas the group with freedom of the Palestinian people, and that's not tolerable in my eyes.
for what they did on that day. So it's my hope that there's a lasting peace. I would hope that people would give this plan a chance, because without it, where are we? More killing, hostages continuing to linger in tunnels, die. Common sense.
Wow, sorry, I'll let that massive round of applause just play out. He's definitely he's read the room superbly well there, hasn't he? Brilliant.
Also, to answer your question in chat, Rotec, yes, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine is a prescribed terrorist group. Why one is and one isn't, I don't know.
What's happening in Gaza is also an incredibly important subject. We've done it many times on Question Time. We will continue to do it, I know. But I want to fit this last question in. It's a change of tone, if nothing else. Julie, off you go.
Was the appalling behaviour of American fans at the Ryder Cup
So, let me get this straight. And by the way, there's no point answering this. American golf fans are scum. Right, the point is...
Aren't you a golf defender?
I'm a golf defender, but American golf fans are one of the few people who should be terms of service. If you shout "get in the hole" at any point, you get flung into the sun. Which game over. I mean, they were filming. I mean, the word we can't say that is sometimes a synonym for a cigarette here in the UK. They literally called McIlroy a F-bomb on camera. Like, what the fuck? What are you doing? Jesus Christ. Anyway, so America deserved to lose. But regardless of that, there's no point watching this fucking question. But the one thing I did just want to bring up before we sort of closed was we just had a massive expose of the Metropolitan Police Force being racist, violent, misogynist scum. Not a single mention of it.
In fairness, this is an island. And...
But okay,
have you seen what the police are like in Ireland?
Well, no, but to be fair, it's not just the Metropolitan Police that deal with London. Like, for terrorism purposes, they deal with the entire country. The people of Northern Ireland are under the jurisdiction of Westminster, one way or the other.
And I could talk for hours about our terrorism program.
Well, exactly, yeah. But I'm just saying, like, they considered asking a question about fucking American golf fans' etiquette more seriously than violent police get outed. Like, it's priorities of the establishment, Anyway,
tone, not content, right?
Indeed. Yeah. And on that bombshell, it is 12:30. I'm going the fuck to bed.
Reasonable.
It's been a banger. It's been real nice catching up with you two.
It has been. It's been ages. I was just going to say the same thing. It's been ages since we've been on. We've chatted, Viv. So it's good to see you.
Yeah. Well, you know, you can hit me up anytime. I'll come waste some time on your stream sometime if you like.
Is that actually
always welcome?
Is that actually their account? I think it might be. The Metro. Someone I can't give a duck just gifted a sub to Met Police LCRP on Twitch. Which is that actually? Oh no, right, no, it's just some. They're LARPing as the Met Police because the badge looks proper, but it's got 3 followers, so I presume it's not actually the Metropolitan Police.
Unless it is, and they just never did anything.
Possibly, yeah.
No, we are an emergency response Liberty County server, and this is managed by Liam R. Hash.
Okay, so no, it isn't. But I appreciate the gifting nonetheless. I can't give a duck. Hopefully your alarm system thing is worked out okay. Anyway.
Liberty County.
Is that America?
Also,
that sounds like America.
That sounds American.
Let's just say thank you to the Noise Immigrant for raiding in. We're about to stop, so we're going to be raiding out now as well. Yeah. Please go follow the Noisy Immigrant, everybody. Everyone go follow Kev and Viv. Please do the thing. That's Mix Vivian Wolf and KF Logan 1875.
Follow Viv and No Justice and all of the other dolls.
And do the thing. I'm going to raid into Very Nice TV.
I'm going to raid into who is going on the. I'll go over to the Serves TV on YouTube and then on Twitch. Mad Cat Scotty I has just got going, so I'll send you over there. Go and be nice to them.
I'm going to raid into nobody because I'm not streaming.
That's
I will be at conference all weekend, so everyone go and make sure if you're at Green Party conference, go and say hello. I might stream while I'm there.
Where's it at?
Bournemouth.
Oh, fuck that.
Oh.
And also, if If there's a sofa I can crash on in Bournemouth or a hotel room floor I can crash on, please let me know. I haven't made any accommodation plans yet because I'm lazy and stupid.
You'd be
Please.
super welcome if I lived in Bournemouth, which I don't.
Exactly. Like if I had a house in Bournemouth, no problems. But I live in a different B city, so. Anyway, on that bombshell, everyone go and follow Mixed Vivian Wolf and No Justice MTG and Free Palestine.
From the river to the sea. Everyone, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.